Good evening and welcome. Today is the regular meeting of the Orange County Board of Education. Today's day is January 6th, 2021. On behalf of the board, we wish each and every one of you who are in attendance here today, as well as the audience, a happy and most prosperous 2021. I'd like to read a statement that is based upon the events of today. And I think it's important, perhaps the rabbi who gives the invocation can piggyback upon the sentiments that I express. As someone who sees himself as a member of a close-knit community, and as we all are here, a servant of the public, we feel it's our solemn obligation to condemn the violence that occurred today in our nation's capital. Freedom of speech and peaceful protests are time-honored traditions in America. What may have begun as an exercise in civil discourse devolved into something raw, something wrong, and something indefensible: violence. Let us not forget the individual, the poor woman who died today in the Capitol. She was probably a lovely mom, daughter, aunt, grandmother, whoever she was, but she had a family who loved her and didn't have the opportunity to say goodbye. She died today because of needless and violence that should not have occurred. It's just plain and simple. This violence was not a means to an end and an end in and of itself. And the end of a precious human life was the subsequent result of something that occurred very wrong. I want to thank the members of the law enforcement community who put their lives on the line today to defend our Capitol, as well as those who continue to do so at this very hour, this night, as we are here at this meeting. I want to thank all the courageous public officials on both sides of the aisle who swiftly and unequivocally condemn this lawlessness. And I want to thank the parents and the teachers and the educators and religious leaders who have not only taught us right from wrong, but also how to forgive and to understand the concepts and precepts of reconciliation. Now is a time to honor them, a time to practice forgiveness and reconciliation. Let me be clear, I'm not suggesting that the perpetrators of today's violence should not be held to accountability, because they should be held to accountability. I'm only suggesting that we put aside the violence, the division, the rancor, as all unworthy of a substitution for civil discourse. Thank you for your indulgence. May we have roll call?
Trustee Sparks?
Here.
Trustee Shaw?
Here.
Trustee Gomez?
Becky?
Trustee Gomez?
Probably on mute.
I think she is.
She was having some trouble hearing.
Right.
We were going back and forth, so.
So for the record, Becky, you're here. I see you. I don't know if you see us or if you're hearing us, but if you just wave.
Well, it's all right, we know she's there.
Okay. For the record, she's there. We'll fix the communication link here.
Okay. Vice President Barkey?
Here.
Dario.
And President Williams?
Present. Present. Do we have the good Rabbi Fisher on the line? Welcome, Rabbi. It's a pleasure to have you. For introduction, he is the good Rabbi of the Young Israel of Orange County Orthodox Synagogue here in Irvine, as well as a esteemed law school professor. Thank you for being here and leading us in our invocation, Rabbi.
Thank you for having me. An invocation. Lord, our God in heaven, we stand together before you on this day that you created and made gorgeous by your grace and your loving kindness. You created with the simple word, let there be light, a universe. And we respond with a word, a simple word, thanks, on our lips, simply thanks. Thank you for creating a world with your wisdom and kindness, with the sun and moon and stars, to separate day from night and seasons, to mark holy times of remembrance, to give us light and darkness. Thank you for creating trees and vegetables and fruits that provide foods, vitamins, and minerals that we need, abundant and diverse in colors and tastes and textures, in a rainbow of colors and a plethora of aromas. Thank you for the oceans, the rivers, the lakes, the streams, the seas, for evaporation that elevates their moisture to the clouds, and for the winds that propel those moisture droplets throughout the world and eventually condense them into rain so that we may be sustained. Oh God, you blessed us uniquely and particularly among all peoples to live at this time of this great nation, a nation conceived in liberty and constituted in freedom. We thank you likewise, O God, for granting us the wisdom of science, for chemicals and new concepts that could allow us the miraculous possibilities of curing, devising cures and treatments so that vaccines might exist for treating diseases that would seem impossible to address. Please guide us today, O God, and every day in your ways with the humility and gravitas to pursue our sacred task of educating our children. Please give us the wisdom to know the difference between the role of the classroom teacher and that of the parent and guardian. Please help us to have the wisdom to know how to expose our children to great ideas without inculcating them into ideologies best left at home. Please help us to focus always on teaching facts and truths, reading and writing skills, arithmetic and technology skills, historical facts and scientific truths unadorned by ideologies, also that we may imbue our children with the skills and tools to arrive at their own ideas with their own unique minds. As we sit now to resume our holy work of educating our children, we bless you, O Lord our God, King of the universe, and thank you for empowering us to make a difference in this holiest of tasks, teaching our children and preparing them, the next generation, to sustain, enrich, and protect liberty and our freedoms. Amen.
Amen.
Moving on with the agenda. I
Thank
will
you so
make a
much.
motion. Yes, thank you so much, Rabbi. That was very moving and very touching, as usual, sir. Moving on with the agenda, I will make a motion to adopt the agenda for this regular meeting with the removal of item number 16, which is a resolution. May I have a second on that?
I will go ahead. Dr. Sparks, second.
Second by Dr. Sparks. All those in favor, say
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Neutral? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Becky, I assume that's a yay for you?
That was a yes.
Okay. Moving on, we do have the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to do something that I haven't done before. I'm going to ask a member of the audience who I've not asked to give the Pledge of Allegiance. And Judge Riddell, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my honor.
Very wonderful. You may stand if you want. You don't have to, but it's up to you. Judge Riddell.
Could you
go to the,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
no problem.
Please repeat after me, or with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry for being so spontaneous, and I appreciate your being there to help us out. Your presence is always appreciated. Moving on with our meeting to the introductions. Nina, are there any introductions?
There are no introductions at this meeting.
Very good. Do we have any public comments?
We do. We have Judge, is it Riddle or Riddle?
It's Riddle.
Riddle. We have Judge Riddle.
We just have one.
Yes, just the one.
And just for those who are online, we will be going into a closed session on an interdistrict appeal hearing, and that is closed to the public, and probably anywhere from 30 to 40 minutes we'll take for that. So, again, that's just for those who are online who are watching. The good judge.
Mr. President, before I begin, if I may just ask an indulgence, I know that there's a limit of 3 minutes on the public comment. I've done everything I can to squeeze in what I have to say. Would ask if I go over a few seconds, if
That
you will
would be
permit that,
My pleasure.
so
You've
that
been
I
very
can-
kind.
that I can finish what I have to say. Well, I will start then by saying good evening. I am Lynn Riddle, and I'm a resident and a taxpayer in the County of Orange. I have 2 comments this evening, both concern and sadden me. First, Trustee Sparks, I read in the December 18th Register that your husband and one of your daughters and her visiting friend had been stricken with the coronavirus. Later that day, I saw on the internet a Newport Lifestyle cover photo of your family, perhaps a year or so ago. But it made my heartache for you even more real. Your girls looking upon them seem just precious to see. I can't begin to know the anxiety and the stress as a mother of a threatened child and the wife of a threatened and beloved man, what you have endured. I'm saddened for all of them, but for you as well. I'm hoping their cases have turned out to be light. Nevertheless, the concern I would understand, and even the terror that you've had to bear, is to be grieved and supported by the whole community. Very simply, I respect your courage and I wish you well. Second, Trustee Williams, as a member of the larger county school board community, I'm deeply saddened still and remain thoroughly appalled by what I personally witnessed and endured at the board meeting on December the 2nd. Your cruel, abusive public conduct toward Superintendent Maharis was completely, in my view, disgraceful. That kind of emotional political attack taken by you, the board president, an elected public school board office holder, one who should be the very model of civility, cordiality, and respect. You, the president, surrounded by all the trappings of effective elected leadership and of power, having the center seat at a raised dais, the emblem and the flags, wielding a gavel that has control over who may speak and who may not speak. You behaved, in my view, in the most frightening and vile manner I've personally witnessed by an elected school board member. A manner that should be, for any adult, let alone a board president, in my view, simply beneath your dignity. I plead you, sir, to get a hold of yourself. Yes, I understand. I've watched the entire trial, that you have differences, complex legal, statutory interpretation differences with the superintendent and that you're presently spending millions of dollars in taxpayer school money to litigate those differences. And while that expense is regrettable, that's fair enough, because that's the proper conduct and the proper place for the resolution of those differences. Wielding public power as a weapon of vengeance to soothe your personal resentments is not only the depth of unbecoming personal decorum, in my view, it's an abuse of your power. And thus I plead with you again, sir, please become the model that we all hope that you will be, a model of dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Riddle. Going on with our meeting, we do have a time certain, as I announced a few moments ago, we will be taking a break to go into the interdistrict appeal hearing. So all those who are not a part of this process, we ask you to take a few moments to step outside as we prepare the room for the interdistrict transfer. The board is back into session as we enter into our agenda. I will ask for a motion to approve the minutes of our December 2nd meeting.
So moved?
With a motion and a second by
Second.
Trustee Shaw. Any discussion changes? Becky, are you on there, Becky?
I'm here.
Okay, so we're on minutes, we're just adopting it, we got a motion and a second. Any questions or anything to change the minutes?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, barring none, all those in favor, and we'll do a roll call?
Yes. Trustee Gomez,
Yes.
trustee Shaw,
Yes.
trustee Sparks,
Yes.
vice president Barkey,
Yes.
and president Williams.
Yes. Very good, moving on with our agenda, item number 2, consent calendar, granting of the diplomas. I have a motion by a board member.
So moved?
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Barkey and a second, but we'll give grace to Becky. She seconded. Any discussion? Barring none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Do we need to have a roll call?
It's consent, so I believe you're okay.
Okay, so we do have a 5-0 vote. Let me
Mhm.
put that onto the record. Moving on with our agenda to item number 3, charter submissions.
You
And do
have,
we have any charter submissions?
we do have one charter submission from Epic Charter, and the board will hear from them next month's meeting.
Very good. Very good. Okay, moving on to item number 4, and we're going to have Araceli Chastain to facilitate this charter school public hearing for Unity Middle College renewal. And is Araceli there? There she. No?
They are currently admitting everyone.
Okay.
I am here now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, President Williams, trustees, and Superintendent Mijares. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the renewal for Unity Middle College High School. Unity was approved for a 5-year term from July 2016 through June 2021. On December 2nd, Unity submitted a renewal charter petition. The school is eligible for a 5-year charter renewal. The petitioner has agreed to a 1-day extension beyond the 90 days allotted in Education Code for review and decision of a charter petition in order to accommodate the board's regular meeting schedule. Prior to public comments, representatives from Unity are allotted 15 minutes to address the board. Orange Unified School District has declined the option to speak. Unity submitted a video presentation they have asked to be viewed during their allotted time. Please play the video now.
Good evening, President Williams, members of the board, and Superintendent Mijares. My name is Dr. Craig, and I am the founder and executive director of Unity Middle College High School. Our team of leaders, students, staff, and families are here to share our school's program, our story, and our achievements tonight at our public hearing for the renewal of Unity's charter for the next 5 years. I would like to thank the OCDE staff for their diligence, true collaboration, and unwavering support, particularly through this last year as we all navigate COVID-19. Since summer 2015, I have been before this board many times, first as a charter school petitioner, next through our facility challenges, and now as a charter school with high school graduates and post-secondary scholars. We have been called the little charter school that could, always persisting, continually improving, and continuing to meet the needs of our diverse learners. And now we can add to our story, navigating and educating our scholars and supporting our families through a global pandemic. The mission of Unity is clear: to prepare all students for post-secondary learning, success, and career through a personalized high school and college curriculum. At Unity, we achieve this by being a family and focusing on each individual student's needs, interests, passion, and goal. Our story started over 5 years ago with an idea to offer a unique blend of high school and college courses in areas of interest and talent for each student. We designed a conceptual model and put that into a charter petition. Then we took that charter petition and built it into a reality and persisted through extremely challenging situations. The commitment to our students and families have remained at the core of our work and heart and motivated us through these times. It hasn't been easy at times, but it has always been worth it. We are here tonight, proud, eager to serve our students and families as we prepare, pivot, and enhance the learning for each student as a result of the global pandemic. Unity students come from 13 cities from across Orange County, with the largest populations living in Orange, Santa Ana, and Anaheim. 71% of our students are Latinx, 16% are white, 4% are Asian, 2% are African American, and 7% have identified as other races. 66% of our students qualify for free or reduced price meals. 17% of our students have an IEP, 10% have a 504 plan, and 15% of our scholars are English learners. Our student population is not just unique in percentages. They are each unique, vibrant learners who have passions, challenges, and goals that we work with them on a daily basis to pursue. As our school has grown, our programs and services have transformed to meet the learners that we serve and enhance their experience. What is special about our middle college is that we are not a one-size-fits-all school. There is not one template that we have to get students college ready. Unity is targeted, specific, and supportive of each student from the time they arrive at Unity to and through the transition from high school to college.
Hi, my name is Rashi Seth, and I'm the principal at Unity Middle College High School. Unity has been WASC accredited since year one and is now accredited for all grades 9 through 12. All of Unity's core courses have been approved by the Regents of the University of California. Both of these ensure that when students graduate from Unity, they're eligible to attend and succeed at a CSU or a UC. Students who qualify for college courses and want to take them meet regularly with the principal to create and refine their academic plans. Our educational program at Unity is both wide-reaching and personalized. As our student population continues to grow and change, we proactively develop our programs to meet the needs of our students. We implement ELD courses for our English learners, specialized academic support for our students with learning disabilities, and even college support courses for students taking college-level courses. Unity-designed educational programs are unique, growing, and address the whole student. The three I would like to highlight are our Creation and Innovation Lab, Student Hours, and Smile Counselors. Our Creation and Innovation Lab, CIL, allows students to explore interests in an organic manner. Our goal is that through exploration and research, students will make an informed decision about their post-secondary goals. Student Hours are just one of the ways that we are able to implement interventions at Unity. Students attend strategically based on their learning needs and skills, but they're also open to all students. Lastly, our Smile Counselors. They are peer mentors who have been assigned to new students to help acclimate them to our family-like culture. Unity's partnership with Santiago Canyon College allows our students to concurrently take courses at Unity and at the college. Many of our students take advantage of this opportunity. In the 2019-2020 school year, 46% of Unity students passed one college course, and 37.5% of Unity students passed 2 college courses. To date, Unity students have taken 200 college courses and completed over 500 college units. Unity students have received admissions to Biola University, Boise State University, CSU East Bay, Fullerton, Humboldt, Long Beach, Los Angeles, Dominguez Hills, San Marcos, Cal Poly Pomona, UC Riverside, and UC Merced. At Unity, our students make informed decisions on their post-secondary life supported by their experiences at school. We do this through a blend of high school coursework, college coursework, creation and innovation labs, and our community partnerships. Students' high school and college coursework is aligned to having students be automatically eligible for the Cal State and UC systems by meeting A through G requirements. Students who've completed transferable courses exceed this goal. Creation and Innovation Lab allows students to explore career options and build projects around that exploration. And lastly, opportunities like internships, career shadowing, inspirational interviews, and career days support students in truly understanding the link between education, degree choice, and future.
My name is Roy Kim. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Icon School Management. And our company has been working with Dr. Craig and Unity Middle College High School for about 3 years now. And so I want to take the opportunity to share with you financial history of Unity Middle College High School, what the school has been able to pay down in terms of the debt, how much more debt they have currently remaining, as well as the future outlook for the next charter term, which will give us an idea of how the school is going to be doing fiscally. I think we can all agree that Unity Middle College High School has been through many challenges in terms of their construction, which also affects their financial stability and their fiscal projections. The school had engaged in a construction project which cost over $800,000. For a school that's operating with about 60, 70, 80 students, that amount is extremely hard to pay, as you can all imagine, because that's almost how much the school generates in revenue, in their total revenue. However, up to this year, the school has been able to pay down a debt of about $1.4 million, $1,406,917 to be exact. So the total long-term debt that the school has paid, as I went over briefly, consists of two payments. One through the Far West Contractor Corporation. That amount is $856,188. And the other amount is CDE revolving loan. That amount that the school has paid so far is $156,240. This slide gives you an overview of, or the breakdown of how much the school has remaining in debt. Now, with the school of about 80 students to this year, we have about 103 to 105 students this year. Unity has been very unique in the amount of funds that they were able to raise locally. What we mean by that mostly is through the donations and fundraising. Now, this gives you a snapshot of how much the school was able to raise each school year. This slide gives you a multi-year budget projection for the duration of the next term of the charter. You can see in line C, this is our expected net income each year. So this school year, we're expected to have net income of $41,000. The following year, $236,000. 22-23, $526,000. 23-24, $664,000. And the last school year, $569,000. So this gives you a financial projection and a future outlook for Unity Middle College High School. As I mentioned in the first slide, the school has done an amazing job in paying down the debt of about $1.4 million so far. And as I mentioned, although we still have about $690,000 remaining, mostly in short-term private loans, we do expect the school to be able to pay that back in the next 3 years or so.
My name is Leslie. I am 17 years old and I am in 12th grade. Unity has provided me the best experience to get college ready over the last 4 years. I've been able to successfully complete 6 transferable college classes, ranging from astronomy to English. And because of this, I saved my family a lot of stress and money. But most importantly, when I graduate in June, I know me and my peers have the skills and experience to be successful in college and in life.
Over the last 5 years, Unity has also improved when it comes to student performance and accountability. Unity fits into the middle tier for charter school performance as determined by the California Department of Education and AB 1505 and is eligible for charter renewal. Since our first year of operation was 2017-18, the only available CASP data on the California dashboard is for 11th grade students in spring 2019. Unity's performance on the CASP English and Math as reported on the dashboard is compared to Orange High School, the county, and the state. Unity performed comparable to the state in English and better than both Orange High School and the county. In mathematics, Unity still performed better than Orange High School and the county, but did not perform as well as the state. Additionally, Unity has met all of the local indicators in both 2018 and 2019. Due to the dashboard being suspended and a lack of accountability data at the statewide level, Unity has implemented the NWEA MAP assessment since fall 2019 to students in all grade levels. In the executive summary provided to the board packet today, the percentage of students who have met or exceeded average on the NWEA MAP over time from spring 2019 is provided. Our MAP assessment data shows that Unity achieved measurable increases in academic achievement as defined by at least 1 year's progress for each year of school. As Ms. Seth shared previously, our Unity graduates have been accepted and are currently attending 4-year universities and 2-year colleges in California and beyond. One can analyze Unity's impact in multiple ways. There's the short-term impact of high school graduation, student learning, passing of a college course while in high school, or achievement of a scholarship for college. One could also analyze our effectiveness and the number of dollars saved for each student who completes at least 1 semester of college prior to their graduation at Unity. High school and college graduation rates, future employability numbers can also be examined. But at Unity, most importantly, we look at the growth and the happiness in each of our students, the focus and progress they've made on their goals, and the way that they contribute to the world around them in a productive and positive way. From our Unity Middle College family to the Orange County Board of Education and staff, thank you for supporting our school from an idea to our opening, through our challenges, and until today. We look forward to making you proud, continuing our pathway forward, and serving our students. Thank you.
Hold on, I'm muted. The hearing is now open for public comments. Associate Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
There are no public comments for this item.
The Orange County Department of Education staff report will be published on February 16th, and the board will take action at the March 3rd meeting. Representatives for Unity Middle College High School are available via video conference to answer questions. President Williams, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Very good. Thank you, Araceli. I'll start to my left. Trustee Sparks, any questions?
I have no questions.
Very good. Kim,
Nope, no questions for me.
no questions. Eric?
I have no questions, just comments. Thank you, Aaron, for your resilience. I think you're doing an amazing job, and the video was awesome. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today.
And Becky, I haven't forgotten about you, even though you're the last one there. Any thoughts?
I won't let you forget me. Dr. Craig, just, and to Mr. Kim, I couldn't see some of the PowerPoints very clearly, some of the graphics and things. So, and it had to do with some of the financial issues. So I just want to be sure we've got that in our packet when we get it so that we can take a look at it. Because I know that has been some of the challenges that you've had previously. So we want to be able to look at that and give you any feedback on that. So that's really my only comment.
So in the packet included today, just for transparency, I did put the slides from Mr. Kim's presentation so you could get that visual graphic, so you could see the spreadsheets and also the dollar amounts of the things that are paid off and remaining, just for transparency. So if for some reason I'd be happy to send that again too if needed.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
And Trustee Gomez, I know that you were planning to be here at the meeting, so we will forward the packet of information that is here in the boardroom for you so that you will have that information.
Okay, you and I'll connect later on that. So
Okay.
that's fine. Thank you.
Very good. And to Aaron, good to see you again. Are you in classroom right now, or are you primarily online, or are you on a hybrid type of system?
Sure. So the first semester, after surveying, of course, our families and students and staff multiple times, the collective decision for our community for fall semester was to stay on distance learning with the condition providing online support and access for students who needed it. We have, over the last semester, prepared, planned out, and are very ready to execute our hybrid learning plan. And our intent was to start at the very beginning of semester 2. And as we all know, since November, when the cases started escalating and then our county returned to the purple tier, right now we're in a holding pattern. But that being said, we are eager, we are ready, and we are very excited to transition to hybrid learning where students and families who choose to be on campus can absolutely be on campus.
Have you received any sort of comment on the families, how they have been hurt by not being in the classroom?
So part of our school community, I would say that we have ongoing communication and conversation, and we have not had, what could I say, angry families that we have not returned. Our families have been very gracious and grateful and felt very comfortable with the fact that we were taking not a snail's pace, but we were bringing everyone as part of the process. And we know that when we were going to transition, that we wanted to transition strategically, thoughtfully, deliberately. And so our families weren't really like receiving information from us as a school. They were part of the design and part of the development of the program. And so one thing through all of these challenges with the pandemic and making decisions and things of that nature, I feel very confident that our families are not like excited, but they are confident that they're part of the process and they've really trusted the work and the design that we've done together.
So you have a big fan base then out there. The parents are very supportive and they like what you're doing. They appreciate your leadership. What are your current challenges?
Sure. So our two current challenges, of course, are to complete paying off our debt and also continuing to increase our enrollment. In our charter petition, our enrollment, what we put in for the next 5 years is to increase by 50 students. As all schools have experienced, not being able to recruit students in person during the pandemic, during the summer, and having them come on site and see a regular day-to-day did provide bumps in the road. But with us, I mean, Dr. Williams, you know us and me very well, that anytime that there's a bump in the road, we continue to push through and move forward. And before the pandemic hit, in my mind, of course, our goal was to be 100% debt-free, just based on previous fundraising capabilities before we sat here or stood in front of you virtually today. And so, of course, the pandemic, that made a challenge for us. But with the support of ICON and Roy's collaboration and leadership, we're confident that we can continue to move forward, continue to bridge that financial debt, and we have been writing grants like wild for the last 6 months.
So, Mr. Kim, thank you for being here at the meeting. So, to date, there has been $1.6 million in debt that Unity has paid down. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what is the outstanding debt?
As of today, it's $693,760.
Okay, and that is anticipated to be paid off in 3-4 year term. What's long-term vision?
Well, according to our current cash flow that we submitted for the renewal petition, I believe it's September 2022. 2023. So again, we have to, the thing that we have to consider are the deferrals. We do, as you know, starting February, we're going to have all the schools are going to have deferrals. So taking that into consideration, we're expecting Unity to be able to pay off all the debt by year 3. However, if we have more deferrals next year, that obviously is going to change the picture a little bit.
Okay. And Aaron, you're still fundraising out there. You're still trying to get the support of the community, and you have your people who are big believers in your vision and your leadership.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, you have to invite me to one of your fundraisers. We can go and experience that. So please let me know.
We are very grateful for those that have supported us, whether it is, fundraising and also just really the ongoing, human support. And the fundraising and the event types have definitely shifted since the pandemic started. But again, in our true spirit of the school, that doesn't stop us. It doesn't make us, stop the work. We're nimble. We continue to analyze, move forward, and continue, to create a different way to achieve the same goal. And our next one, Dr. Williams and the entire board, we look forward to inviting you all.
Very good. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Any other questions for this charter public hearing? Barring none, we thank you very much, and thank you again. Araceli, so we'll pass it back to you to facilitate item number 5, the next charter school public hearing on Suncoast.
The board will now hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the renewal for Suncoast Preparatory Academy, formerly named National University Academy Homeschool Independent Study Orange County. Suncoast Prep was approved for a 3-year charter term from September 2018 through June 2021. On December 1st, 2020, Suncoast Prep submitted a renewal charter petition. The school is eligible for a 5-year charter renewal. The petitioner has agreed to a 2-day extension beyond the 90 days allotted in Education Code for review and decision of a charter petition in order to accommodate the board's regularly scheduled meetings. Prior to public comments, representatives from Suncoast Prep are allotted 15 minutes to address the board. Saddleback Valley Unified School District has declined the option to speak. I now invite Interim Executive Director and Principal of Suncoast Prep, Shauna McDonald, to the podium.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I took over this position in November of 2018. I became the principal when our school had many of its teachers and students leave and go to another charter school. I started with 38 kids, and last year, by the time we ended the school, I had 235. Unfortunately, due to COVID and the P1 deadline or P2 deadline that changed, we're now at 95 students for unenrollment. That being said, we are doing the best that we possibly can during this global pandemic and being able to support our children. We do have a TK through 12 option where 6th grade through 8th grade can do either traditional homeschool or they do an independent study version online only using a program called Edgenuity. We then support the students by offering tutoring and weekly tutoring sessions as well as check-ins with those families. High school is only independent study using the Edgenuity program. They are A through G so that they have college readiness as well. Traditional homeschool TK through 5, we offer funds. Students can do enrichment activities when there's not a pandemic going on. Right now, the enrichment activities are all online, which I know is a struggle for many of our kids. They don't do well online. So we're doing as much as we can to support the needs of those students and the socio-emotional well-being of all of our children. I do have a letter that I wanted to read from one of our board members who could not be here today. Dear Orange County Board of Education, I am writing to help confirm the importance and necessity to have Suncoast Preparatory Academy as a charter school. I currently have a 2nd grader and a 5th grader, and they have adjusted well in their academics during this pandemic due to the program at SPA. Having access to our teacher via Zoom and all the curriculum they have been able to provide has helped my children to thrive, not just survive. SPA has always been completely accessible, which hasn't been the case with some of the other charter schools I have been a part of. Before the pandemic, my children and I loved that they could go to a learning center part-time and still learn with me at home part-time. It was a great combination that we hope will come back in the near future. I believe in this program so much that I became a board member as well. It has definitely been an eye-opening experience to see the processes that happen behind the scenes in order for a school to run, and I appreciate this school even more because of it. Being a part of the SPA program has definitely decreased the heavy load that sometimes falls on a homeschooling parent, and we would not know what to do without them. I appreciate your time. Respectfully, Janice Pert. We have an enrichment center in Mission Viejo at Mission Viejo Christian Church. It is one of my biggest joys to go there and teach the children and see them interacting with one another. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we had to close down. But we are hoping that when things settle down, we will be able to bring them back. So we go there, we have classes 2 days a week where kids can come and they get to do fun art projects, they get to learn through different kinds of science experiments and things like that. And so it's a really good opportunity for students to be able to interact with each other. We do use the benchmark assessments of the NWEA MAP, and all of our students have shown growth since we started this back in 2018. The 2 grades that we had a little bit of difficulty with, where they stayed stagnant, we made sure that we helped those students by offering more tutoring, helping the parents understand the way their children's brains work to give them a better access into understanding the information. Our greatest concern right now is that there is some debt that we are trying to pay back. When we were National University Academy homeschool, we incurred $540,000 in debt over a 3-year time period. And we are working on we have a 5-year plan going right now with that company in order to make regular monthly payments, and we hope to increase those payments as our student enrollment is allowed to increase so that we can get this paid off sooner than just the 5 years. That being said, we serve Orange County, San Diego County, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Los Angeles. So I'm in my car a lot. And I get to meet these families all the time, and I love just being able to interact with these students. And we had we just started high school last year for the 2019-2020 school year. We had our first graduate, and she was so cute. You know, we did the virtual, and she went to a beauty college. And so it was so amazing to see her graduate, and it was our first one. And so it was a very tearful, happy tears moment for us. I think that is all I have. Do I have questions from the board? Sorry, my first time, I'm very nervous.
You're doing great, Shana. Okay, so, Araceli, help us out here.
Okay, so the hearing is now open for public comments. Associate Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
I have no public comments for this agenda item.
This concludes the public hearing. The Orange County Department of Education staff report will be published on February 16th, and the board will take action at the March 3rd meeting. President Williams, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, Araceli. Okay, so what we do at this point is to be questions from the board for you. Take a deep breath. You're fine. You're doing great. If you feel more comfortable putting down your mask to talk, that's fine with us too. There's enough social.
Just getting a facial.
Yeah. Okay, Becky.
Yeah, just to clarify, you mentioned something about the your student enrollment has considerably dropped, and I understand that's a challenge in this environment. In order to meet your proposed budget, which I'm sure that you're working on, what's your plan for making sure that you've got a stable enrollment to support your school?
Well, right now we are working on our budget of the 95 students that we were able to maintain and get our budget for. And I'm working almost weekly with our back office accounting firm to ensure, last year when we ended our school year, we were in a deficit of almost 146,000. Based on the numbers that we've run, we are going to be in the positive. The last time I looked, we were at positive $48,000. So we're going from a huge deficit to actually having an increase based on budget cuts and things like that that we've been able to make. With our lower enrollment, we have unfortunately had to decrease teachers and office staff as well. So we are just cutting where we can to ensure that we can give the best education to the kids that we do have.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
Once again, Trustee Gomez and I were on the same thought process. I was going to ask about your enrollment. So I think the point being, how are you going to, what's the plan of attack to grow that number again? And
if our summer numbers, well, when we were not sure what we were going to be able to keep, I had over 600 students on our waiting list for this year that we were not able to serve because of the fact that our enrollment, we're only funded for 95. And so I think that word of mouth is really key. And the fact that I have had some of the same families since I took over in 2018 that have stayed with us, that are on different kinds of social media that promote our school and promote myself as the director and the principal. And I don't think that it's going to be a problem to continue to grow as long as we can get the funding for it.
I see.
Because I can't grow without having that funding there, unfortunately. And I think that's what happened a little bit last year, is that we were allowed to grow by my previous director, and we weren't funded for that, which put us in a deficit, unfortunately. And I'm not going to let that happen. We're funded for 95. That's what we're going to keep, and we're going to do the best we can. And as soon as that we can and grow that enrollment, I'm pounding the pavement. I do community events. I do all kinds of. We did community events at our enrichment center in Mission Viejo. We had book readings and authors and things like that. So I think that being able to continue to do that to grow our enrollment is what I want to do once I can get the funding.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Yes.
So yeah, related to this 540,000 of debt that you acquired over a 3-year time period. I know that must feel a bit stressful. So you have a 5-year plan for paying that down.
Yes.
You said you had a 48,000 increase, which is an increase. It's not a decrease, so that's good. So is that on top of operating expenses and everything, and the cuts that you made, or how?
So with all the cuts that we made, so last year when we ended our year, we were in the red $136,000 based on being able to pay back our debt with the plan that we have in place, the decrease in the employees and everything. I now have a budget that is in the black to end our school year this year, which I'm very proud of if we can stay on budget, which I'm really hoping and I'm trying to do. But yes, we have a plan in place, provided no other big hiccups come, that we should be able to stay on track and not be in a deficit at the end of this school year, which is what I'm aiming for.
Related to that, you said you had to make some cuts,
Yes,
personnel cuts and so forth. So what does that do to your teacher-student ratio? How much did that change because of those cuts?
It really didn't, because I also keep a full roster of students, even though I'm the principal and interim director. Mainly because I love it, but also because it helps out. So my teachers, it's still a 25-to-1 ratio.
And then my last question would be, so you say you had these 600 students of interest that you couldn't take on. So what is your plan, or I guess your A plan for increasing enrollment? What would be your plan B, your plan C, your plan D? What are your multiple plans?
I would say my first step would be to reach out to those families that are on our waiting list and see if they're still interested in doing the homeschool program. And we had to have a lottery for the first time this year, so that was an experience all in itself. I mean, I've been with our current group for the last 10 years, and my homeschool has never had to have a lottery. And so it was interesting to have a lottery for the first time, and I'm sure that may have to happen in the future with having that many kids interested in our program. But now that I have one under my belt, I think that the second one would be okay, So I think first of all, reaching out to those families that are on that wait list. We have a Facebook and an Instagram, getting out on there, letting them know what we have available, how we can help their students. how we're working with our kids every week to make sure that they understand what they need and to make sure that they are prospering and not struggling like we're seeing a lot of some of the other kids that we hear about, unfortunately. I've had students that left not realizing that they thought, oh, we'll just go back to public school and we'll be fine. I've had about 15 kids that want to come back now, and unfortunately, I can't take them back. And that is the most disheartening thing for me, knowing that had they stayed and listened, because I told them, I said, if you leave, I may not be able to take you back. And that's just the hardest thing for me, knowing that they want to come back and that they're struggling now, and I can't take them back. And so I think just reaching out would be my first plan. And again, plan B would be Facebook, Instagram, and these parents that already have different mom groups and everything on their social media, I think, too, putting something out there. And so those are my big things. And that's kind of what I've done all throughout.
And do you have a target numbers that you're looking at?
I don't want to grow too quickly and based on funding. I think that in my petition, I think that we planned on growing about 25 students a year, at least in the beginning, because then that's only one extra teacher each year.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because I don't want to go too big too fast.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
I'll ask questions unless you.
Just one question.
Ma'am.
With the 500,000.
Mary,
I
could you
believe-
speak up just a?
With the 540,000, I believe, debt, what kind of payment plan do you have? Do you have some kind of payment plan?
I do. We're, in our budget, we're paying back $9,000 a month. And then, like I said, if we can pay more because we get more enrollment, then we are increasing it based on a percentage per enrollment over 95.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
Shauna, you're doing great. I know some of these questions
Thank you.
make
No.
you feel uncomfortable.
No.
And they're tough questions. I don't mean to be tough, but I think it's important to ask these.
I agree.
So you started out with 38 students. You grew to 235. What was that time period that you grew so quickly? Was it 1, 2, 3 years?
Oh, no, it was from, we had 115 students in February, beginning of February.
Of
The 2019-2020 school year, yes.
Okay.
So February of 2020. Between February and April, we grew to 235 students. But we were only funded for the 115. I think that my predecessor believed that this wouldn't be as bad as it was, unfortunately. And so that caused us that huge growth without the payment, without the funding for it.
So the funding limitations was because of what happened with COVID?
Yes, sir.
If I understand it. So you were originally for 115 students, but you grew rather quickly because
Yes,
the
sir.
popularity in your program obviously was very successful. You attracted the community around you.
Yes.
But then COVID hit, the restrictions hit by the state legislatures, and it hurt charter schools in particular, it hurt you because you were stuck at that funding on 115, is that correct?
Not just charter schools, but because I am an independent study homeschool charter and not a seat-based charter. So I got hit twice.
Tell us how you got hit twice.
Because when the governor reduced funding, he allowed some charter schools that were seat-based to have an increase in funding this school year. But non-seat-based or non-traditional charter schools did not receive that same funding. So not only were we told you can only fund for 95, we now can't apply for many of these grants and funding projects that are out there because we're not traditional or seat-based charter schools. We are a strictly homeschool or independent study program.
I see. Okay.
Because I've missed out on numerous funding opportunities and grants because of it.
Before COVID, when you had that 219, were you fully funded for those 219?
No,
You weren't?
because our funding ended for that 100 and I think it was 127 was our P1 number.
Wow.
But then when February hit and more, I think more and more families decided they weren't sure what was going on because in February, remember, that was when things started to come out that, you know, something was going on around the world. A lot of these families decided to try us out. And unfortunately, COVID hit And we did a really good job with what we do because we're homeschool. You know, these parents are used to teaching at home, and we're used to being in front of them on a computer or what have you to be able to support our kids. And so I think in that sense, my teachers that I had last year did a really good job. And so more and more parents wanted to join us. And so between February and April, like I said, end of April, beginning of May, more and more families through word of mouth were joining our school, and we were allowing them. And so I think that that's what happened, because our P1 number was only like 117 back in February.
And what is the potential for this increasing, this P1 number?
I mean, I would love to be back at my 215 again and be able to hire all my teachers back, but I don't foresee that happening anytime soon, unfortunately.
And that's because of the governor?
The governor
And
and,
state legislature.
and the state legislature, unfortunately, yes. And I know that they're doing what they feel is best, but unfortunately, many of our kids are paying the price for that.
And who is funding your debt?
We are cutting costs everywhere that I possibly can without making it a detriment to our children and to our staff that I'm keeping.
Did you have to go borrow money from a bank? or-
We have not borrowed money yet.
Okay, so your debt is based on what then?
So the debt was, so we used to be not supervised, we were, National University held our purse strings, let's put it that way.
I remember that.
So what was happening was everything that we bought, everything that we did, National paid for. Well, not everything was paid back the way it should have been over the last 3 years. And so now they're saying, because we are no longer part of National University effective July 1st, well, now, of course, they feel like they need their money back. And I totally agree. They paid for things that our services or whatever the cost may be. So we need to pay that back. But that's where that debt came from, was because National was paying for everything, and it was not paid back the way it should have been. And so now we're stuck spinning our wheels, and I'm trying not to borrow money, because then I'm just putting us in more and more of a debt.
So you're paying back National out of your income flow?
Yes.
Is it on your books?
Yes.
This debt? And
Yes, it is.
And that debt is how much again?
$538,000.
And they sent you a piece of paper or a letter saying this is what you owe us?
Well, technically, yes. They sent us a piece of paper, and then I, in turn, said, I want all of the invoices, I want all of the wire transfers that were paid to you, and I literally took my entire desk and checked off all the invoices. I went back in all of our minutes to double check and see what was approved to be paid, and then what was actually paid. So I did all of the checks and balances to make sure. And it's unfortunately, for the past 3 years, just not what we were approving to be paid. So for example, say we had a $77,000 or $17,000 bill from that company. We were approving it as a board, but that amount of money was not being paid back to that company by the person who was authorizing those wire transfers.
And your affiliation problems, the breakup, that occurred in July?
July 1st of this year.
July 1st. And when did you first begin to look under the covers to see that there were problems? How long had that been brewing?
I was not able to look under those covers until October 1st, when I took over as interim director,
I see.
because our previous executive director stepped down September 30th.
And you had no idea what you're walking into?
No, sir.
Wow.
So not only I had the petition renewal, our school lost, 2/3 of its funding. So yeah, it's been a fantastic year.
Who is your back office provider?
Athena Advanced Solutions.
Okay. And who is your legal counsel?
Young Minnie and Court. Hello.
I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, Janelle.
You're doing double duty.
She's my attorney.
Okay, good.
I didn't see her here.
Okay, I'm done with my questions. Any other questions before we're done? Very good. You did great.
Thank you.
Wonderful job.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Araceli. I appreciate it.
Very good, Araceli. We'll hand it back to you then.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shauna.
Okay, so the board will now hold a hearing to grant or deny the material revision and transition to add transitional kindergarten to the Vista Condor Global Academy charter petition. On September 30th, Vista Condor submitted the material revision request, and a public hearing took place on November 4th. The Orange County Department of Education staff report was published on December 22nd, and notification was provided to the charter school district, and this board. The revised charter petition meets the standards outlined in Education Code, and the addition of transitional kindergarten to the school's charter is aligned to the educational program and practices described in the charter petition. Orange County Department of Education staff recommend that the board approve the Vista Condor Global Academy material revision request to add transitional kindergarten to the school's charter beginning in the 21-22 academic year. Prior to public comments, representatives from Vista Charter Public School are allotted 10 minutes to address the board. School's charter is aligned to the educational program and I now call Dr. Colin Phelps, principal of Vista Condor Global Academy, to the podium. Staff recommend that the board approve the Vista Condor Global Academy material revision request.
All right, good evening, board. I don't want to take too much of your time because you have basically heard everything already about our school and about the material revision. So I'm just going to take a minute to say Happy New Year, and I look forward to continuing our partnership into 2021 and beyond. So that's it for me.
Excellent. Love it.
The hearing is now open for public comments. Associate Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
No, there are no public comments for this agenda item.
This concludes the public hearing. In addition to Dr. Phelps, Superintendent for Vista Charter Public Schools, Dr. Don Wilson is available via video conference to answer questions. President Williams, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Very good. By the way, just for clerical issues, we skipped over action item 6.
Yes, you did.
Okay,
And I was
so-
going to remind
so
you
we're gonna
after
go
you
back
finish
to
this.
that.
Yes.
That's, I just want to let you know. Haven't forgotten about you. So Tim, if you want to start us off with any questions for this charter school?
No questions from me, thank you.
Trustee Sparks?
No questions. I think
Okay.
I know a lot about your school.
Very good.
Good things, all good things.
Trustee Gomez?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I just have a couple questions just to make sure I'm understanding something. On page 16, you said our school will never exceed 450 students, but yet throughout the petition, you indicate a 500 student capacity. Was that an error, and that 50 students is representing the TK?
That is correct. Yeah, it originally was 450 students, and with the additional 50 students, it could go up to a maximum of 500.
Okay, all right. And then on page 23, it talks about your LMS and that you're still exploring options. Is that accurate, or do you already have an LMS in place?
We already have an LMS in place. We have Google Classroom as our learning management system. We are always looking for the best, but yes, Google Classroom is our learning management system.
Okay.
I can add just a couple of historical things about that statement. We at one time were looking at a very robust system that we had heard about, and we went into a year exploratory relationship with that, and that didn't work out. And so then we ended up, since all of our teachers were on Google Classroom, we ended up going that way. So that statement, I think, is a holdover from when we were looking at that earlier LMS.
Yeah. I think there's a few of those in there because it says you will do something, and I think you probably already have, and it's just not clear. On page 57, talking about a full-time music teacher, the statement was, once our school population has reached 400 students, we'll have a full-time music teacher. Do we have a full-time music teacher now?
We have a full-time music teacher that is split between our middle school and our elementary school. So currently all of our elementary students are receiving music I believe it's once a week. So it
Okay.
is split though.
And do you currently have your ELAC in place?
Yes.
Again, that was another, we will do something. So I just wanted to be sure we took care of that. And I really like your parent involvement. Some of the things that you described, like your monthly coffees with the principal. How many parents are you getting to those?
Well, I'm glad you asked because since we have gone to remote Zoom, I've actually made it dinner with Dr. Felch instead of morning coffee with principals because that time worked better. I've actually had up to 200 parents come to the meeting. So it has, we were already having good turnouts and this just, catapulted it to a new level.
Yeah, it sometimes is amazing that it's sometimes easier for people to do things with the technology. It might be a little bit rough at the beginning, but once I think people get the hang of it, I think it does work pretty well. And then how often does your school site meeting occur?
Once a month.
Once a month, okay. And your parent satisfaction surveys?
Yes.
What kind of feedback you're getting from parents?
They love us almost too much, where it seems to all, in the parent satisfaction surveys, it's always 100% agree or strongly agree in all of our indicators. And so I sometimes want more critical feedback. But I mean, I guess it's a good thing that they love us so much.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. You would like to hear some things that you could work on, right? That to continue to improve. So, okay, that was really all the questions I had. Thank you.
Very good. Trustee Burke, any questions?
No, I would just like to congratulate you for the great problems you do have and wish you a happy new year.
Thank
you
you
so
so
much for the great work you're doing. Appreciate it. And I can't wait to come see all the enhancements to our campus.
Yes,
Looking forward to
definitely.
Very good. I have no questions. Araceli, so we're done with board questions.
You need to take action.
Right. So moving on, what we're going to do for the board, we're going to take action on number 8, which is right now for the Vista Condor. Then we're going to go back to number 6. So I will need a motion for the material revision.
I will make a motion to approve the material revision.
Okay. I have a motion and a second by Dr. Sparks. Any questions or discussion on the motion? Barring none, let's do a roll call vote. Nina?
Trustee Gomez,
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Trustee Sparks,
Yes.
Vice President Barkey,
Yes.
and President Williams.
Yes. Very good. So the motion passes for the record 5-0. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
And we appreciate your time being here. Moving on with our board agenda, we're going to go back to number 6 here, which we unfortunately passed over. And that's the agreement. So looking at action item number 6, we have an agreement between the Orange County Academy of Science and Arts for a 5-year charter renewal. And I will need a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the renewal.
Okay, so
I will second.
we have a motion by Trustee Barkey and a second by Trustee Shaw. Any questions on the renewal, the 5-year renewal, shall I say?
And if I could just interject, I handed out at the dais a red line on page 3 are the red edited additions that OCASA had requested. You actually have already approved their 5-year term. They had wanted to make amendment into the contract, and since this is a template that your board's already approved for all charters, we brought this back to the board because this language addition would be unique to them. And our staff has no problem with the addition, but I wanted to point that out to you.
And that's only on page 3, is it?
Only on page 3.
Okay. Okay. So
Could you identify what that is?
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Gomez. Under item 4A, there is an addition where it speaks to the charter school staff may request related expenses of all affiliated charter schools. They wanted language added that was located in Orange County, which we had no problem with. And then there was an addition to add the Public Records Act and commencing at Government Code Section 6250 at the very end of that paragraph.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And then on page 1, in the first paragraph, in the red lined item up, a public charter school, that is part of that.
All of them are public charter schools, so it's
Inconsequential.
thank you.
Okay.
So I didn't call attention to that because it is what they are.
Okay, so it's just the page 3, the red item that we're voting on now then. Okay, very good. So we have a motion and a second. Any other further questions? Becky, are you okay out there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor, let's do roll call.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item number 9. Araceli, will you facilitate this charter school hearing for Ednovate Legacy College Prep Renewal?
Yes, the board will now hold a hearing to grant or deny the Innovate Legacy College Prep Renewal Charter Petition. Legacy College Prep was approved for a 5-year term from July 2016 through June 2021. On October 7th, Legacy College Prep submitted a renewal charter petition. Per standards outlined in Education Code, in accordance with a 3-tiered system, based on the charter school's performance, Legacy College Prep placed in the middle performance category and is eligible for a 5-year charter term. The board held a public hearing on November 4th to consider the level of support for the charter school. And the Orange County Department of Education staff report was published on December 22nd, and notification was provided to the charter school, school district, and this board. Per standards outlined in Education Code in accordance with the 3-tiered system. Oh, I'm so sorry, I already said that. So overall, the charter school presented a comprehensive petition for renewal, and the past performance of the school indicates the likelihood of future success. Orange County Department of Education staff recommend that the board approve the Legacy College Prep Renewal Charter Petition for a 5-year charter term from July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2026. Prior to public comments, representatives from Legacy College Prep shall have equal time and opportunity, or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to present evidence and testimony responsive to the Orange County Department of Education staff recommendations and findings, published on December 22nd. The board now recognizes Principal for Ednovate Legacy College Prep, Evelyn Castro. Ms. Castro, you have the floor. Through June 2020.
Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. I hope you are all doing well. As you all know, we were here last month and we presented a little bit about our school, our programming, and our renewal charter petition for the next 5 years. I just want to thank all of you for your support for our school these last 5 years. We've had a lot of successes. So just want to share some gratitude, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you. The hearing is now open for public comments. Associate Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
There are no public comments for this agenda item.
This concludes the public hearing. The board has 3 options for action regarding a charter petition renewal. Option 1, approve the charter petition for a 5-year term from July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2026. Option 2, approve the charter petition with conditions. This action will result in approval of the charter and require the school to address concerns raised by the board by established timelines. Option 3, deny the charter petition. President Williams, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Very good. Any questions by my board?
Is it possible to extend option 1 to 7 years?
That is
No.
a question.
Well, you can talk to Greg, but the 7-year requirement is part of what comes from CDE, and you only had 2 charter schools that qualified for that this year. And so that those were identified to the board. The rest of them, we're giving you the maximum that is allowable based on their scores and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, so the dashboard plays a role in.
Okay,
Exactly.
all right. Thanks for that explanation.
You're welcome.
And the dashboard doesn't allow more than 5. That's what the staff is telling
Based
me.
on, yes, based on where they fall.
Okay. Any other questions? Becky, out there, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a couple. Regarding enrollment, right now you indicated that you had 336 students and you projected 440 for 21-22. How do you plan to get there?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think obviously with the pandemic, our strategy is changing a little bit. And we just actually came out of a principals meeting in which we were discussing sort of the enrollment impact across our entire organization. However, enrollment has always been a priority at both our school and organization. So already we've done some strategy thinking about how to best approach. For now, a couple of things that we are trying differently is really thinking through how to ensure that we can continue to showcase a little bit about our programming in our school in through virtual settings, right? Using social media, using pay ads. We also recently partnered with an organization or a company essentially that allows us to send publications to families. We continue though to do things that we've done in the past. So for example, I have been able to, over the last 5 years, establish great partnerships with schools, organizations, as well as churches in the Santa Ana community and surrounding cities. So I have continued to make presentations. Recently, I was at the OSEA Coffee with the Principal, presenting to their parents about our programming in school. So those partnerships continue and they continue to be strong. However, like we are making some pivots to ensure that we're also leveraging a lot of online platforms as well as campaigning through ads, paid ads, to ensure that we are continuing to look for families that are interested in our school. We do, though, a lot of analysis, and the majority of our families, like year after year, the main source for learning about our school is actually through our current families. So we will continue to leverage our current families for enrollment of future students. They tell their friends, they tell their families of our school. That is our biggest form of recruitment. And we also do a lot of emphasis on retention. Our retention was pretty strong from last year to this year. And overall, it has been strong year after year. So we will continue to emphasize ensuring that we retain students. And because we're 9 through 12, we also welcome transfer students. This particular year, we enrolled about 20 transfer students who in the upper grade levels. So we continue to also advertise to those students and families.
I noticed that you also mentioned that you didn't move into your permanent home until the second semester. So is that giving you some additional space to grow, or what? How's that working out?
Yeah, I think we were super excited to enter our building. February of 2020 is when we were able to permanently move to our school. And we were very excited as we knew that this was going to allow us to have, right, like that additional touch point of having a permanent facility that would then increase enrollment. Our facility is equipped with enough space in classrooms to accommodate a model of 460 students. And we were excited to leverage this. Unfortunately, we were only in the building for about 6 weeks, given the pandemic. So we haven't been able to really see, right, like the impact that having a permanent facility would have on enrollment. However, even within those 6 weeks, right, like we were already getting some families that just like by walking by or because of the nearby organizations that exist, were approaching our school to learn a little bit more about us. So I'm super confident that once we are back, that is going to be also a key lever and increasing our enrollment.
Yeah, let's hope we're back, right? I did like your advisory period and your advisory concept. And it sounds like almost all your faculty are advisors in some way, shape, or fashion. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is accurate. All of our instructors do serve in a dual role. They are the lead instructor of their core subject, and they're also an advisor. Part of the advisory programming, especially right now that we've been virtual, is critical for ensuring that our students are being successful. A lot of advisory right now is focused on wellness and connection, making sure that our students are doing okay during this time and that they're also feeling connected with each other, with our staff, and with our school. We actually, part of our programming at the end of each quarter, we do parent conferences that are led by each advisor. They're one-on-one conferences, advisor, the student, the parent. These are actually happening tomorrow in the evening, and then they continue Friday all day. And every quarter, we hit 95% or higher in terms of the number of families that we meet with. So last quarter, we were at 98%. We expect to be in a similar place at the end of this week. So yes, that advisor is a critical person in ensuring the success of our kids. And by the time that a student reaches like year 3, year 4, that advisor really knows the student as they continue to travel with them year after year.
Yeah, that does help. And then I do like the parent engagement, the coffee with the principal. How many folks are you getting at that with the coffee with the principal? Are you getting a lot of feedback from the parents and attendance?
Yeah, our attendance has continued to stay strong. When in person, I did host 2 sessions, one in the morning at 8:30 and then one in the evening around 5, 6 o'clock for our families. This time around, given that we were in a virtual setting, we've only done the PM session at 6 p.m. and our attendance continues to be strong. So typically we get about 60 families on average who attend our coffees with the principal. And then on top of that, we do offer monthly workshops. This last quarter, we were able to offer 3 different workshops, both within the week as well as on weekends, to ensure that our families are also receiving adequate support during these unfortunate times.
Yeah. The college counseling, you talked about comprehensive college counseling, but you only have one full-time counselor. Do you get support from other teachers to help with the college applications and essays, or is that one full-time counselor really doing all that for all your students?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, so the way that we support the college programming at our school is that the main focus of our college counselor are our juniors and seniors, and the programming for 9th and 10th graders are strongly provided to our students through the advisor role. So the college counselor will put together the curriculum, the materials that are going to be discussed around the college pathways, college readiness with our students, and then she essentially disseminates that to the advisors who during advisory will then go through those lessons and share that with our students. So that then her primary focus again is on juniors and seniors. In our quarters 1, 2, and 3, she actually has a class with all of our seniors and she sees them every day. Right now in the virtual setting, we're in a block schedule, so it's a little bit different, but she really supports with their programming. And then at the last quarter, we actually also are able to, we have an alumni counselor who then supports our senior students in the college selection process during that last quarter, and also as an opportunity to establish those relationships before they go off to college. And at that point, our college counselor transitions to supporting our juniors with beginning their college process before they go into the summer and before they become seniors. And then 9th and 10th grade, again, still strongly supported with from our advisors, but the college counselor still does quarterly presentations to all students, like all 9th grade students, all 10th grade students, depending on what topics are necessary for them given their grade level. And then lastly, the teachers are also involved. So for example, for juniors and seniors, the essay component of the college application process is actually done through their English courses to ensure that they receive, that expertise support in ensuring that they are submitting the strongest essays possible.
Okay. So the connection with the families, the report card pickup. Do the parents come in for that? Is that how that was going to work?
Yeah, so what we do typically is that each parent has an appointment either Thursday, we usually do like a 3 to 6, and then Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. So they have an appointment time, they come in. When in person, we make it like a whole celebration. So we have like raffles going on, we have music going on, they have different also stations and workshops that they can attend that sometimes based on the situation, like we highly encourage some parents to attend, or it's open to whoever wants to. In the last 3 quarters, right, since we went into remote learning last year, the last quarter of last year, we've actually hosted all of those virtually, and we still are able to hit our attendance, our goal of 95% or higher attendance. What really helps there is just knowing that, right, our students are really well versed on our Zoom platform and other platforms, so they assist with ensuring that both the student and the parent are logging in to those virtual conferences. And then we still do the whole thing, showcase everything to ensure that our families are staying informed about the performance of their students, celebrations, and then future goals for the upcoming quarter.
Okay. Do you have translators available for those report card nights if the family is not English speaking?
Yeah, we have both within our school, and then because of the number of families that we serve that predominantly speak Spanish, we also do contract out. And the nice thing is that for the last couple of parent conferences, we've had the same 2 to 3 translators support us, so they know the flow really well now.
Okay, good. 2 of my children had report card nights in high school. And the reason I asked about that translator is I was standing behind we did it a little bit differently. We didn't do it individually by appointments. It was it was just a madhouse actually. But I remember being behind a woman and her son, and the teacher in English is telling the mom that the child isn't turning in his homework. And he's translating to the mom, and he's saying, "Yeah, I'm doing my homework." And I kind of coughed behind him, saying, "That isn't what the teacher said." And so then he kind of sheepishly translated exactly what the teacher said and not what he wanted his mother to hear. So that's why I asked that question, because I saw that live happening a number of years ago.
I should see that.
So. Just to transfer to the budget a little bit. So you have a lot of fundraising dollars that you're planning on, but your budget doesn't reflect any expenses for fundraising. How do you plan to fundraise? You have $150,000 and then $25,000 to $35,000 in subsequent years, but there's no expenses relating to fundraising.
Fundraising for Legacy College Prep, a lot of it is taken care at the network level. So a lot of the fundraising that is done is essentially to support not just Legacy College Prep, but all of our schools in general. And then the spending of those of that is, again, centrally controlled. So the support team is the one that really decides how to allocate the funds that we are able to raise as an organization. We are a network that also has a person that is dedicated to fundraising, and then she has a team of people that she connects with to support our fundraising. But essentially how that funding is spent is centrally controlled, and it's based on what we're seeing as highest needs. So an example of that right now, given COVID, a lot of our fundraising has been to support our families in need. And since last March of last year, every quarter, we've been able to allocate funds to support hundreds of families across our entire organization. We've been able to give them money for food, money for bills. So that's an example of how we've prioritized spending that.
Okay. Professional development. You've got $5,000 to $6,000 annually over the next 4 years or so. But yet you've got your teachers coming back in the summer months. That didn't look like that would be enough funding for what you're proposing for professional development.
Yeah, it varies. Most of the time, our professional development is done in-house. For example, because we are a network of 6 high schools across our organization, every quarter we have opportunities, including in the summer, where all of our schools actually come together for professional development. So there will be opportunities. So for example, right now we're actually in Professional Development Week. There are opportunities where the professional development that is provided is actually network-wide as opposed to just at our school. So we benefit from those partnerships. So yesterday, for example, we had a network-wide professional development. We had an outside organization come and lead some professional development for our entire organization. And that was something that was network and centrally controlled that we didn't necessarily contribute to, but it still benefits our teachers. So we do a lot of internal professional development. And then anytime where we do have to seek and outsource and get support from outside organizations, we have opportunities to collaborate with the rest of our schools. Additionally, for our teachers, they're actually on an 11th month cycle. So we don't have to pay like additional dollars for teachers to participate in PD. It is not like considered additional time in the summer. It's actually built into our calendar.
So it's built into your calendar, built into their salary. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The before and after school program supplies, again, there's no line item, no dollars in there, but you talk about a comprehensive after school program. So that those two things kind of didn't line up for me. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so our after-school programming consists of a couple things. So the first one is what we call office hours, which is our tutoring. So academic support, that is actually built into like our teacher's contract and teacher schedule. They typically stay to offer tutoring to our students once per week. That's the requirement, but they some of them do more than that. So that's on the academic support. In terms of the extracurricular, what that really consists of is staff and student-led clubs, extracurricular activities that students have started. And typically the staffing requirement then there is to have one staff member who advises the club. And then we have our sports programming, which includes coaches. So for the club advisors, so staff who serve as club advisors, and if they serve as a coach, they do receive a stipend for their services. And then in terms of supplies that are needed for those clubs or sports, it is built into our budget, but you may see it specifically under like supplies for sports, for example, or under student materials connected specifically with school events or extracurricular activities. And then we also have, right now that we are in the virtual setting, we have continued to provide enrichment opportunities for our students that are also supported network-wide. So we have some clubs that are actually like network-wide clubs that students can join, and students from all of our different schools. And we've also been able to partner with external organizations. We have external partners that have offered a lot of these services to our students for free.
Yeah, well, and I understand the services. I was concerned about the supplies, because if you're doing drama and cooking and film and drama, I would think there would be some supply costs in there. So maybe they're somewhere else, but that line item there was nothing in there. Last question. There is a letter in the back, and unfortunately it doesn't have a page number, but it's with the budget documents. And it's from the Department of Education. And again, I can't believe there's no date on this letter either. But it talks about the grant award. But then it says that the Department of Ed doesn't have a payee and a bank account of record for the above listed grant award. So I don't know why that was included. That doesn't look very favorable, but I don't know if you could address that or not.
Yeah, I think that question I am not able to address, but let me, I do have a team member that I just asked real quick about that. She said that it is a grant that we got from the Department of Education for a growth grant. That's what that is.
Yeah, it just says the payee identification for grant award. Again, no date on it, which I find kind of disturbing that the government would send something out without at least a date on it so you could reference it. But so you know when it occurred, because I don't know if it occurred 10 years ago or 6 months ago.
Got it. It is a 5-year term grant. But what I can also do on my end is I'll be sure to get that grant information and make sure that you all receive that.
Yeah, if you could follow up on that, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you for being patient and thank you for having good explanations for things.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Becky. I think that's it, Araceli, for board questions. We will move on to the action item, which is action item number 10. And Araceli, will you kind of go through that?
So the public hearing is closed, and so you can go ahead and take action.
Very good. And the action options are 1, 2, and 3 on the first page, 10. I will need a motion.
I will make a motion for option number 1 to approve the charter petition for a 5-year term.
Second. Motion and a second by Dr. Sparks. Any further discussion, questions? Barring none, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote. None.
Trustee Gomez,
Yes.
Trustee Sparks,
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Vice President Barkey,
Yes.
and President Williams.
Yes. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Evelyn.
Thank you so much. This is a really great day to end today. Thank you so much.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving right along with our meeting, we'll go on item number 11. Araceli, we facilitate the charter school hearing for the Orange County Workforce Innovation High School renewal and material revision.
Yes, so the board will now hold a hearing to grant or deny the Orange County Workforce Innovation High School renewal charter petition and material revision to the school's nonprofit bylaws. Workforce Innovation High is a grade 9 through 12 countywide charter school with one location in the city of Anaheim. The school's current charter term will end on June 2021. Workforce Innovation High is a dashboard alternative school status program school and therefore is eligible for a 5-year charter term. On October 7th, Workforce Innovation High submitted a renewal charter petition that included a material revision to eliminate the sole statutory member from the school's governance structure. The board held a public hearing on November 4th to consider the level of support for the charter school renewal and material revision request. The Orange County Department of Education staff report was published on December 22nd, and notification was provided to all parties. The revised Workforce Innovation High School charter petition meets the standards outlined in Education Code, and the changes to the school's nonprofit bylaws are consistent with best practice and the school's current operating structure. Orange County Department of Education staff recommend that the board approve the charter renewal petition for a 5-year charter term from July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2026, and approve the school's request to change the nonprofit bylaws, eliminating the sole statutory member from the school's governance structure. Prior to public comments, representatives from Workforce Innovation High shall have equal time and opportunity, or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to present evidence and testimony in response to the Orange County Department of Education staff recommendations and findings published on December 22nd. I now call Learn for Life Area Superintendent Julie Parra to the podium.
Good evening, Dr. Williams, board members, and Dr. Maharis. It is a pleasure that I'm here this evening. Happy New Year to everybody. I just kind of wanted to talk briefly about some of the successes that Orange County Workforce Innovation has had. We've had and I was former principal there, over 116 students graduate. And as you know, as a dashboard alternative school, some of the students that come to us are pregnant, expelled, on probation, various terms. And what we do there is just giving hope to students and allowing them to graduate. I am a product of Santa Ana and Orange Unified. I graduated from Villa Park High School. And just to be able to give back to the community that I was originally from, it's just such a joy. And to see the students that would come in and, they've been bullied and how they've been able to overcome that. And now, the young man he's in the military now, are students that are pregnant teens that are able to have their children and continue to pursue post-secondary, or the student that was expelled from a traditional high school, that we give them another opportunity because we believe in at Learn for Life Orange County Workforce to change your story. And so it's been a blessing to serve these students. And my mom, actually, she was a pregnant teen, and I was the second child as 19, and my dad had to quit school. He was going to Valley High School. He had to quit school because he needed to support my mom, and he ultimately graduated at 50 years old. And he walked around the stage at Santa Ana Canyon College. And so that, I think about, why did I get into this, I kind of, everything comes full circle. And to see young students when they're graduating, and adult students that are 21, 22, that they just, something happened in their life and they had to quit school and because, other pressing matters. So I just wanted to just share that with you and acknowledge the principal, Lily Gutierrez, and she'll be coming up in a minute. They have done a tremendous job during COVID, and our kids are being impacted tremendously, the economic impact of COVID. So I want to express my gratitude for the staff that is watching. I completely give so much respect to you. And if I may, I'll call Ms. Gutierrez to say a few words. And she's pregnant as well. So it is in addition to COVID, dealing with the pregnancy throughout this thing. So I want to say thank you, and I'll have her come up. Excuse me.
Ooh, I'm hot. Yes. Good evening. As stated, my name is Lily Gutierrez, and I'm the principal of Innovation High School, and what an honor it has truly been. At Innovation High School, we strive to give students a second chance, give students hope, and provide them college and career-ready skills to be active members in society. Every student has a story, and we work diligently with community partnerships, referring schools, teachers, and all stakeholders to ensure we provide wraparound services to help the students navigate and change their story and succeed. It is important to me to address the gaps in learning for our students, so all students have a personalized learning plan upon enrollment, and every student's learning plan is different depending on their assessments, grade level, and post-secondary goals. At Innovation High School, we focus on our why. This allows staff to dig deep to not only support our students academically, but socio-emotionally as well. Every teacher and staff member came to us with a story, which allows them to connect with the students we serve. To know our why keeps us going, because our students deserve that second chance. Our students deserve to be active members in society. Our students deserve at least one caring adult in their life to impact their narrative. Many times, my staff is that one caring adult for our students. And through restorative practices, compassion, dedication, and one-on-one support, our students are given that light to proceed and be successful, regardless of their story, if they're enrolling with us on probation, with severe social emotional needs, pregnant and parenting, or credit deficient. My ultimate goal is to continue to impact our community in a positive way, to be active members in our community, to provide our students in need, and to provide an educational model that may look different to most, but works for our students that need hope, for students that need a second chance, and for students with life circumstances that are beyond their control. Thank you so much for your time and for your support of our program that impacts the lives of so many students. Whew, sorry.
Thank you to our speakers. The hearing is now open for public comments. Associate Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
There are no public comments for this item.
The board has three options for action regarding a charter petition renewal and material revision. Option 1, approve the charter petition for a 5-year term from July 1, 2021 to June 30th of 2026, and approve the school's request to eliminate the sole statutory member from the school's governance structure. Option 2, approve the charter petition with conditions. This action would result in approval of the charter and require the school to address concerns raised by the board by established timelines. Or option 3, deny the charter petition. President Williams, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you to facilitate action on two separate items: the charter petition renewal and the charter school's request to eliminate the sole statutory member from the school's governance structure.
Yes, let me make
couple comments. So I want to make sure that all the questions have been answered and there's no concerns by the board.
Well, wait a minute. This is a district in a school in the 4th district, so I have to take a little bit of credit. So when I was, I had some crazy idea last year to run for the Board of Education, and the first school I toured was this school, and just really warmed my heart seeing, you know, people really putting into practice what we preach about helping young people and with their education. They might come from difficult circumstances, and you know, as they were explaining, but you guys just do a tremendous job, and it really was touching to see the great work you're doing. I just really want to commend you and take credit as the 4th district representative for your school. So good job.
Thank you, Trustee.
I can't take credit for being in the 4th district, but I know that when Lisa and I were first elected, you guys invited us for a tour, and we also were just touched our hearts and just love what you're doing and congratulate you for the difference you make in people's lives. I had the honor of making some virtual remarks at your graduation last year, and that was truly an honor. So just love what you guys are doing, love why you're there and what you're doing, and the results are amazing. So thank you.
I would just jump in and say thank you for sharing your story, because
Yeah,
it's not always
yeah.
easy to share
Yeah.
personal stories.
Yeah.
But
Great.
in sharing that, it really shows the passion and all that extra energy you're able to put into making a difference in our community. So thanks to both of you. Really, truly appreciate what you've done and what you're doing. Thank you.
Agree.
It's inspiring to hear from you both. Thank you so very much. Okay, so we have, for the board, we have items number 12 and 13, and we'll take them separately.
Ken, don't forget me.
Becky.
Oh, Becky, I said I wouldn't. I am so sorry. Yes, Becky.
Well, I just have a few questions. First off, I will echo my colleagues' comments that there is a special place for students who've been challenged by life circumstances, and we need to help them just like we do everyone else. And sometimes there are situations, whether it's being homeless or being challenged in other ways, we have to find a way to make them college or career ready. So I appreciate what you're doing. So what I'd like to ask is really what's the measure of success for this school? Because I've looked at your graduation rates, and then I've seen things that you want to make them college or career ready. So how would you characterize success for your school?
That's a great question. When we've had graduation ceremonies, and I'll ask a student, what's your plan after high school? Sometimes I'm, as the area superintendent, I'm not as involved as previously, but I'll go and ask them, and if they don't have well, 9 times out of 10, they have a response. It's either, I'm going to college, I'm joining the workforce, I'm pursuing other things. And so that's, to me, the tangible measure of success, of course, is growth in MAP scores, their reading levels. But for me, as the students, 91% of our students are 16 and older. So they're going to have to join the workforce. And what does that look like? And making sure that they have a plan. And so when we're having our counselors, are they doing the things that we're saying we're doing? Are they having financial aid workshops? Are they exposing them? It's all a bite of reality. Are our students participating in that stuff? Because when they're joining the workforce, the real life, are they able to manage their budgets? And so those are some of the things. Are they civically engaged? We do a lot of civic engagement to know what's happening in our community and our society. Are they able to vote? And being a kind human, I think if, Trustee Gomez, I would love for you to tour our center when we have the opportunity. When you walk in that door, you can feel the love for these students, all around. And so, to be honest, kind of looking at what plans do we have in place, the personalized learning plans, that's where we're asking. And we don't put it on, you have to go to college. It's looking at, what do they want? If I want to go to Santa Ana Community College, or do I want to join the military, are we making sure that those goals are happening? Are we setting, because we do a lot of the parent-teacher conferences and working with the students and having those plans. And so I couldn't say we know exactly what the kid's going to do. It's up to the student. And so based on those goals, that's how we're measuring success. If they're saying, hey, I just want to graduate tomorrow because I need to go provide for my family, then that's the measure of success. And it's very individualized. You know, out of the 243 kids, every single one has their own plan, because that's what we want to encourage, innovation and uniqueness, because it's their own personalized learning. And I don't know, Lily. But that's where I would speak to the measure of success.
Okay. Because I know there were some comments made that, that they're either going to be prepared to graduate or get back to their home school.
Yeah.
Okay. I like the positive feedback to parents. But what about those older students who might not have parents in the picture? Where do you give that positive feedback to? Their significant others or their families, or how does that work?
So we have involved every stakeholder, and that's, because we can't share information based on, laws. And so we really, the adult students, we really commend them. A lot of the students are working all the time, but we do have celebrations throughout the year of student recognition, and sometimes those students just need a pat in the back. And as Lily mentioned, one caring adult, there's always someone that's going to connect to that student. And to be honest, sometimes given COVID, a lot of the kids, or adult students, have been working. And they can't make it certain times. And so that's where the one carrying out, whether it's the counselors or the front desk or the principal herself, will reach out to those students to make sure that they understand that. And we have to be compassionate as well, to understand, hey, we understand what you're going to, but we're also going to hold the kids accountable, because that's how they're going to be able to graduate.
Yeah. Well, and I like that you kind of had a philosophy in, with your students, and I'm glad there's not huge projections for enrollment, because oftentimes we see that. But I think that the enrollment targets that you have around, 225, 235, something like that, that you're able to serve the students that you have. And I think that's commendable that you're able to do that and try to bridge those learning gaps. So, I would just, give you the feedback that we just got to continue to target those students and to really make it work for them. I particularly like the credit crushers. I love that. I thought that was a great term to use, and a way to celebrate those students. So, and then just as I ask a lot about his parent participation, how often does your parent advisory committee meet? And what kind of attendance do you get?
As far as attendance, it's been decent. It's been difficult with parents, but the principal and the other administrators are available anytime. And that's the beauty of our school. They know that they have the principal's number. They can reach out to any moment. We have great ELEC participation that have provided feedback. And as a result, we've increased the amount of days where students can come up to pick up materials, because there was we want additional days. And, we're here for the stakeholders. We're here for the students. And as suggested, we've allowed more time for students to come in to pick up essential work. And of course, given COVID, we're trying to be as flexible as possible and adjusting times to meet the family's needs.
Okay. And then my last question is about budget and about travel and conferences. You're asking your teachers to do a lot of stuff here. They're filling many roles, and so the travel and conferences budget was a little bit small, and I would be a little concerned about that, as if you're trying to, do professional development for your teachers, that you might want to take a look at that and see if that's reasonable, or if there's not something you could do to increase that, to make sure your teachers feel confident about the instruction they're able to give to support the students. So I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Sure. In response to that, we do have lifelong learning administration that we have outside that brings them in. And the beauty of, well, the beauty of COVID right now, but because things are virtual, a lot of the teachers are able to attend virtual conferences. You know, the California Charter School Association's having theirs coming up. But in regards to that, Lily and the team has definitely looked at having the staff members, depending on content level, attend, you know, the math conference and various things. But we do like to send staff to various conferences, and we'll definitely take a look at seeing what additional resources that we can put into. We also have the professional consulting services, and that's where, as an organization, Learn for Life, the lifelong learning, we're able to bring in, instead of people going to a conference, we can bring out outside people to, we bring them to us as opposed to us going to them.
Yeah, that sometimes can be a little bit more efficient.
Yes.
So, okay. Okay, I think that's the bulk of my questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Becky. Okay, moving on with the agenda items. Did I forget anybody? Anybody else have any questions? Okay, so I'm going to need a motion for number 12, which is to adopt or to approve the renewal. And we have three options there, 1, 2, and 3.
I will make a motion to adopt, to renew for the 5-year option. Number 1, please.
Option
Second one.
1. Okay, very good. Okay, any question?
Who seconded that? Me. Thank you.
Trustee Sparks? Any questions? Barring none, let's do a roll call vote, Nina.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
You know, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the motion. Which one are we voting on?
We're voting for the option number 1 to approve the renewal for a 5-year term.
On item number 12, Becky.
Okay. Got it.
I vote yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. Congratulations, the motion passes 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you.
You have your renewal. Moving on to the material revision, I will need a motion, that's item number 13, I will need a motion for that.
I will make a motion to approve the material revision.
Okay, very good, and second by Mr.
Second.
Shaw, yes, it's in, the school's in his district,
That's
so
right.
we have
Oh,
to,
yeah.
we have to make sure he gets in here. Okay, any, we have a motion and a second for the material revision approval. Any questions? Comments? Becky?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Very
And that's
good.
option 1.
That's option number 1, yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a roll call, Nina, on that one.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. Congratulations. It passes 5-0.
Thank you.
We appreciate it very much.
Have a good evening.
Okay. At this time, the board's going to take a 10-minute break. We will resume at 8 o'clock for item number 14, which is the charter school public hearing for the Irvine International Academy. Okay, the board is back in session from our break. Moving on with our agenda, item number 14, the public school hearing for the Irvine International Academy. This is an appeal from the Irvine Unified School District. Araceli, will you please facilitate this meeting?
Araceli, we can't hear you.
Still can't hear her.
Araceli, can you hear us? Becky, can you hear us? No one can hear us.
I can hear you.
Should have kept going while we had the chance. Trustee Gomez, can you hear us? We can't hear you. You're muted. Oh, nope, it says mute.
Nope. No, she's unmuted.
Araceli, can you hear me? Michael Scott, can you hear us? Okay, Michael Scott can hear us. Stephen Chung can hear us. Delano, can you hear us? Okay. Can you unmute so we can see if we can hear you? No.
Delano, can you speak?
He was trying to. Yeah. Okay, just give us a moment. We can't hear you on this end, so we are working on technical difficulties. Okay. Okay. They're going to readmit everyone. They just have to click on their link. They're all there. It's just them admitting them.
Sometimes the lines, like during a document, I can go here because that one has lines, but.
Returning.
Araceli, can you hear us now? Can you speak? Yeah, yeah.
We can't hear you still.
We still can't hear you. It's been a while.
They're
hear each other when they're talking? Is it just us, or can they not hear each other?
Araceli, I'm gonna. No, exactly. So, thanks. Can you all hear each other when you were trying to speak? So it was just in the boardroom. Okay. Let me take the whole system down.
Araceli, I'm gonna. No, exactly. Can you all hear each other when you were trying to speak?
Yes.
So just in the boardroom. Okay.
It's those board members.
We can hear you now.
Of course you can hear that.
We just needed you to say something sarcastic.
There you go. That was the magic. That was the magic touch.
Okay, so am I good now? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, perfect.
And Dr. Williams asked you to go ahead and start, so.
Perfect. Thank you. The board will now hold a hearing to grant or deny the Irvine International Academy Charter Petition Appeal submitted on October 8th after denial by the Irvine Unified School District Governing Board. A public hearing took place on November 4th to consider the level of support for the charter school. Irvine International Academy proposes to be a seat-based Mandarin language immersion charter school serving 512 students from transitional kindergarten through grade 6. The school plans to operate within the boundaries of the Irvine Unified School District. The Orange County Department of Education staff report was published on December 22nd, and notification was provided to the charter school, school district, and the board. The factual findings of the staff report include the following: the need for updated language regarding teacher credentialing requirements in the charter petition, and the hiring of appropriately credentialed teachers. Additional information is needed on the structural supports that will be provided to students by credentialed teachers during the regular school day to increase language proficiency for non-native Mandarin speakers and for students learning English. There was a lack of an identified facility for the first year of operation, and we have concerns that the enrollment may be significantly overprojected based on recruiting difficulties and lack of community support at the public hearings. OCDE staff recommend that the board approve with conditions the Irvine International Academy Charter School petition for a charter term of 5 years, from July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2026, and approve the agreement which outlines charter-specific conditions to address identified areas of concern in the staff report. Prior to public comments, representatives from Irvine International Academy shall have equal time and opportunity, or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to present evidence and testimony in response to Orange County Department of Education staff recommendations and findings, published on December 22nd. Representatives from Irvine International Academy have declined to speak, but are available in person via video conference to answer questions. The hearing is now open for public comments. Associate Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
We have one public comment. Terry Walker.
Good evening, and I'm used to wearing my mask here, so I'll just keep it on. Just very quickly, I don't want to go through all of the different notes, but as you all know, we talked about this last time. We are, of course, a district that very much values diversity, and I want to make sure it's very clear, and I think we stated this last time, this is in no way anything personal against the petitioners. I think they're very passionate people. I think that's critically important in an undertaking like this. It's just that as we looked at the petition, it lacked in a number of areas, and I can quickly highlight those. The enrollment projections, as was already stated in the staff report, are questionable and unfortunately not reliable. The budget is of grave concern, as well as the instructional program. And I'll just go kind of quickly through it without reading this 8-page overview. One of the things that concerns us is that they didn't go back to obtain new intent to enroll forms. They're relying on forms that are over a year old, and it can hardly be expected that every parent who filled out an intent to enroll form in 2019 will be meaningfully interested in enrolling their child in 2021. And not only did they make the assumption that every parent who filled out that intent form would still be interested, they actually magnified that number by more than double and to arrive at their enrollment projections. Again, staff has reiterated this. And you know, some of that unreliability has to do as well with when we look at those, the submitted forms, 13 of the intent to enroll forms were duplicates. 5 of those duplicates were not signed. 11 intent to enroll forms were not signed. And 9 of the students resided outside of the district. only 61 valid in-district intent to enroll forms representing about 71 students. Again, the staff report, I think, hit on some of the other topics, so I'll just move on. We're just very concerned that based on that, enrollment's a very critical thing, that then has compounding implications for the budget. And I don't have to get into that. You all know how that works. And the implications of any kind of significant revenue shortfall if, in fact, those enrollment projections fall short. We also think that the budget didn't provide sufficient funds for comparable salaries. They're insufficient to recruit and retain qualified teachers. They're not comparable to salaries and benefits of other school districts in Orange County. As an example, $6,000 per year towards employee benefits is incredibly low and worrisome, and does not include expenses for food services. And lastly, just kind of hitting different topics without getting too deeply into it, because you have to have your own conversation about what you're comfortable with, but just representing our board and our school district, the instructional program is not adequately described. That there isn't adequate description of this inquiry-based method integrating math, integrating the integrated learning approach. They had an outdated visual and performing arts framework from 2001. Doesn't adequately describe interventions, learning strategies, and supports, and each tier of those interventions, which we know is really critical for our students. Really, just in summary, we're concerned that this won't go well, and that's why we felt compelled to deny the charter. I'm very concerned personally that after already what we know is happening with lost learning this year, what might happen if in fact this does fall short of their goals. And that's it for IOSD. Thank you.
No, I have a question regarding the process. I was completely caught off surprise. We have public comments.
Whoever is speaking, we can hardly hear you.
The microphone close.
Becky, so my question was regarding more of a technical issue. We're on item 14, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we had just had Mr. Walker come and give his 3 minutes under public comments, or was he representing Irvine Unified?
He did it under public comments. He filled out a public comment card.
Okay, so is Irvine going to present then their own?
No, they did not.
They did not.
They did not submit a presentation.
Okay. And we're going to give an opportunity for the International Academy folk to come up and.
They didn't want, they waived, both parties waived that. They just said if the board had questions because they presented last month.
Right, okay, so it's been waived, so we're really not going by our format or.
Well, we're going by, we always list it because we want the public and the board to know that they had the option to do, that's our format. But as Araceli mentioned in her remarks, that those were waived and they're available for questions for the board. No formal presentation.
Okay, so we have no more public comments and
That's correct.
That was only one. Okay, good. Just need to make sure we're on time and going to the agenda. Okay, so we're at that point then for board questions then.
So let me just close this real quick. So this concludes the public hearing. The board has 3 options for action regarding a charter petition appeal. Option 1, approve the charter petition as written. Option 2, approve the charter petition with conditions. This action would result in approval of the charter and require the execution of an agreement that addresses the issues outlined in the staff report by established timelines. Option 3, deny the charter petition. President Williams, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you to facilitate action on the charter petition appeal.
Very good. So we are on action item 15. Being that we're on action item 15, we'll make the motion and then the second, and then we'll ask board questions under 15. So I will need a motion for action item number 15. Being that there's none, I will make the motion then. I will make the motion that we approve the Irvine International Academy based upon option number 2, which is requiring some agreement, and that was well outlined in our staff report. that was published on December 22nd. So we
I
have,
will second the motion.
so we have a motion for option number 2. We have a second by Ms. Barkey. Now we will go to board questions, and I will, because I don't want to forget you, Ms. Gomez, you can go first, Becky.
All right, I don't have too many questions. I do want to ask the school about the enrollment, because that was one of the things that I picked up too, is that there was 185 students meaningfully interested, but the enrollment was 384 to begin opening of the school. So, Mr. Scott, can you address that for us?
You're muted.
Thank you very much, Trustee Gomez. Our parents have been patiently waiting for the process to continue through. I don't know if it's part of the culture, but there's been so many confusing statements. We are talking to our parents. They are confirming that they're going to be enrolled. And they have been waiting for the vote. And then we have open enrollment starting tomorrow until January 28th. As I mentioned before, initially we were only opening 4 grades, but the parents insisted on adding their students to a waiting list for the upper grades. And because of Principal Schwang's experiences, that's how the number went up. But we've still been adding additional parents. The number is actually at like 192, 50% of what we estimated to join.
So how are you projecting the 384?
By doubling the amount of people that have expressed interest in the school.
Oh, okay.
As if we were turning in a parent petition, which we didn't. We turned in a teacher petition. Half of the parents have indicated to be meaningfully interested in the school, 50%.
So how do you propose to get the other 200 plus parents?
I've just had
or families.
A volunteer help me, Stephen Lee. He is the director of the division of Microsoft HoloLens, and we'll begin marketing new strategies beginning tomorrow. Additionally, we get a lot of attention just by going to locations in the schools where people sign up as we talk to them about the school. So there would be direct parent contact and additional marketing that we will be doing. The word of mouth will be our strongest reaching out, because the parents have been waiting for the final word to begin. Stephen, you have a lot of experience in recruiting for your school. Can you help explain?
We've been doing whatever we could during this COVID-19 situation. Dr. Scott and I went to different sites trying to talk to parents, but with the uncertainty that whether we'll get approved. So most parents are waiting for the final decision. Once we got approved, we are confident that we'll recruit enough students. Thank you.
Okay, well, that doesn't really answer my question, but I'll move ahead. There was a comment about professional development. The teachers are encouraged to attend classes or workshops in their area of focus off campus and to share their learning and experience with staff when they return to school. Who pays for that? Anybody?
So I can answer that. There are resources within the budget that are allocated primarily from Title I and Title II funds that are geared directly towards professional development that will be used to pay for those programs.
And how many teachers are you expecting to hire?
Initially, we should be hiring 13 or 14 teachers.
14.
Okay, in your budget narrative, you have workshops and professional development as $8,000. That doesn't seem like quite enough for 14 teachers.
Well, again, if 2 teachers attend a conference, then they come back and share the information with the remaining teachers. So we'll be kind of multiplying ourselves in attendance of the conferences. However, we will be doing, Mandarin Immersion is not a normal conference title. And we'll be doing a lot of it in-house through Principal Schwang and our own resources. Our board member, Jolene Smith, has been an instructor at Azusa Pacific University in teacher training, and we have other resources as well.
Other resources that are built into your budget, or?
That are part of our personnel are our people.
Yeah, if you were to take a look at the budget in the Object Code 5801, there is an amount there for consulting services as well that will cover some of those costs. And as Michael alluded to, there will be the cross training, if you will. So between the combination of the professional development fees that you see there, as well as the internal resources that they have through their various networks, in addition to in Object Code 5800 educational services.
Well, 5801 is non-educational consultants. And that's those are different numbers than what you have in your narrative. So that's what was a little bit confusing, is they didn't line up. But okay, we'll move on. What is the status of the SELPA?
We have finished stage 2 with El Dorado SELPA, and we are going into stage 3 at this time, waiting for them to respond.
Okay, so that's in process then. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it is, and moving forward.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions I have right now.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do have a few questions for either one of you. I was wondering how you'd respond to the comment about that you had these intent to enroll forms from 2019, and now it's a year and a half later, related to the recruitment. Can you respond to that first comment?
Yeah, and I'll have Michael Scott and also Stephen Chuang respond to it.
Okay.
But the overall answer is by staying in communication. We have a high confidence in that 192 number. What we didn't add for Trustee Gomez is how she was so insightful on other discussions on how will you recruit people. And we'll use some digital marketing campaigns. We have a commitment, once approved from Turnkey Marketing and Corona, to grant us about a $10,000 campaign. And so that'll be targeted marketing that will stimulate conversations and coffees with our principal. But Stephen from Taiwan and Michael, would you describe how you've been staying in touch with the existing interested parents and your methods, phone calls and emails?
We have been regularly communicating with our families to update them on the status and the situation as it moves forward. After the meeting tonight, we will begin tomorrow calling every parent personally and confirming their interest and then readjusting our marketing appropriately. The most open area will be TK and K, and that's where we'll be focusing a lot of attention at.
What has been the response to them now with Stephen Chong as principal? Qualitatively, quantitatively, how are they feeling, and how many are expressing what response?
Well, just quickly, and then Stephen, you're welcome to speak. I've done sales and marketing most of my life, and I have about an 80% positive sign-up rate when I describe the school, our vision, and Principal Schwang's experience, plus our 9 committed teachers.
And again, parents are excited, but they are waiting for the final decision because they need a final location of the school. So it's kind of hard to give empty promises without the approval first. So we are trying, and we went to different locations and reached out to different organizations already, and people are excited, and then they want the final answer. And once we got that, we can start tomorrow, and then you will see the increased number of enrollment.
Thank you. I have one more question, and that is responding to the criticism of the instructional programs that you're offering, saying that that they are not adequately described. Could you react to that comment?
I'll respond initially. In the petition, we've modified it to some degree from our original petition using the methodologies that Stephen Schwang used up in Northern California. And so in the document, we probably have not described everything that he had implemented there. And so that may be a shortcoming at the moment describing it, but we have high confidence based on his experience that he can develop these programs similar to what he did up there. Stephen, I don't know if you'd add anything, or Michael, from the document content side and what you think you could have said in addition, or if you just give your opinion on it as well.
We already have experience to run the dual immersion program, and he have proven to be successful. That's why other school districts are planning to open their first dual immersion programs. So there's no doubt about the program. Thank you.
And some of our curriculum choices are already being used by successful Mandarin programs with very high scores. And Stephen and I have spoken with some of the key publishers in arranging for our materials.
Thank you for that explanation. I just have one last question that popped in. How do you respond to, and what is your reaction to the employee benefit issue?
Yeah, we feel with our conversations with our teachers and our experience actually in delivering benefits, I did that for 5 years in a single school, that it's adequate at the point, but we certainly want to move that piece up to be equivalent to the other teachers in the Irvine area especially. We feel like our salaries will be right there on par in their salary scale. But we do want to move it up, but it's adequate.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you, that's all I have.
The question, I've had the question in my mind a little bit about when it comes to your facility. I understand you're eyeballing El Camino Real Elementary School. And if I understand right, this is a campus owned by Irvine Unified that is closed down. I don't know if I should be asking the staff. I want to understand Prop 39 exactly how this works. So if you have a shuttered school campus, a charter school has certain rights to occupy it under Prop 39. Am I getting this sort of correct, or could you explain that to me?
You know, let's
Go ahead. No.
We brought along Janelle Ruley, who that's what she does as our
Okay.
counsel, and I think she could give her perspective. Love to hear from staff, and then we'll put the two together to get the full understanding.
And I'll defer to Janelle. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to respond on the Prop 39 since we don't do Prop 39. So,
Okay.
in terms of the district and the charter.
But we get insight and experience.
Good evening, everyone.
Happy New Year. Janelle Rulli with the Law Offices of Young, Mitty, and Core. So as to Prop 39, this is what the legislature I guess the people of California intended, was that charter schools would have reasonably equivalent access to district facilities in the same way that traditional public school students would. Now, as to the specific site, that's something that will actually be generated by the district when and if it makes an offer. So, yes, we can express a preference as to which particular school, but ultimately it's the district that makes an offer or doesn't make an offer.
Okay.
I sense that I'm not quite there in answering your question.
No, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. So the district will say to the school, because I believe there's more than one campus that they have closed down?
There's, I think, two, is my understanding, two closed campuses. Some.
I mean, I can address what, they're not shuttered campuses. These are former facilities where we moved the school somewhere else and then we use that facility for something else. So because everybody needs like one of the.
Terry,
You
I'm
better
sorry,
be in the
we need you to
microphone.
use-
I was gonna say, we're not hearing any of that.
Yeah,
Forgive me if I use,
When people start talking from the audience, I'm sorry.
thank you.
What I was going to say is, one of the things, obviously, we'll work through this, and it's one of the reasons that, of course, under Prop 39, my understanding, you have to have 80 students inside the district. It's the reason I shared some of those other numbers, that we're concerned that some of those enrollment forms are either not from the district or they're not signed, those kinds of things. But we'll certainly work with them and work within the laws of that. We have attorneys and facilities folks. Those are not empty sites per se. They're fully utilized. As many of you probably already know, we've had the great luxury of being one of the fastest growing school districts for sure in California and certainly in Orange County. Adding, 1, 2 schools a year. This is my 10th year as superintendent. We've opened 8 facilities, including a brand new high school. Some of those facilities were former schools that we then moved to new areas that had community facilities dollars and built a brand new school, and then started using those other facilities as training for other operational things for a district our size. So obviously there's facilities beyond school sites, and this is what those have been used as. But to the question, we're working through that. We're looking to verify those numbers that qualify under Prop 39, of course, having to get to that number of 80 students. And that's kind of where we are in the process to the point that was just made. We're working through that, depending on where those numbers are confirmed.
thank you.
No, actually, my questions have been answered. I'm pleased to see that you have a law firm that we've worked with quite a bit. Nice to see Janelle and other team members that give us confidence that you have a good team behind you. So thank you for your time.
Very good. So I do have some questions. In fact, I have a lot of questions. I have been contacted by numerous individuals in the community who asked me a lot of questions. And a lot of this,
Ken, can you move closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
can you hear me now?
Excellent.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'll start over. So I've been contacted by numerous constituents and members of the community, and they all came and said, we don't want this school. And I don't want to give away names of individuals, that would not be right. But it seems that there's a lot of confusion and a lot of people that are upset in the Asian Chinese community that you're going to be establishing what I hope when the vote is taken, your school. And I just, because I'm not a member of the Asian Chinese community, if I can get some clarification on some of these things, that would be good. So one of the individuals who contacted me was a board member from the South Coast Chinese Cultural Association. He also spoke for the Irvine Chinese School. So because they are against your school, is there any sort of dynamics or politics or any other unwritten issues, concerns that we should be aware of that you can address?
I think we should understand those. I'll confess to you, I'm unaware of those. However, I have a suspicion that both Michael and Stephen might have a hint at why there might be some reluctance from those. Michael, did you hear clearly the organizations that have some concerns? We're asking you a little bit what you know without speculating and mind reading, but what would you know about those organizations and why they might see us as less than favorable?
I don't want to put aspirations or words in other people's mouths. The South Coast Chinese Association is a great group. They have 1,200 students come on Heritage School on the weekend, of which the families pay for that teaching. Many of our families have indicated one of their real interest in the school was to have an immersion program on a weekly basis, a daily basis, to free up their weekends for other activities and family. And that may be part of it. I hope that we're going to have a great relationship in the future, regardless. Additionally, the South Coast has an agreement with the district already to provide after-school language training at a cost of $288 a semester. And our program, in both regards, as far as a heritage school learning Chinese and an after-school program, is at no charge, is a free public school. Stephen, you've talked to the board members yourself. I've talked to them. It's been a year and a half. I don't think I've talked to them since then. But Stephen, do you have some updates, ideas?
My feeling is that, they are afraid once we open a, charter free public school, and then they will lose students who will attend the weekend Chinese program, which they have to pay. So that's their concern that I'm aware of.
Okay. So basically, your competition for this private school, and they're afraid that you're going to be taking students from their program to your charter school. Okay, that's what I kind of thought. But there's some other real unusual comments and emails that I've received. And it was rather disparaging of your school. And I just wanted to clarify this. I think transparency is important. And even though these are uncomfortable topics, it's very important to talk about it. They said that you are going to be an agent, basically, of the Chinese government, and that you are spreading this Confucius school program operated by the Chinese Communist Party. And this is truly an email I received. So for the record, could you clarify what you're doing, and are you really a Confucius school? And are you going to be promoting the Chinese Communist Party?
I'll answer first, no, unequivocally. Michael?
Well, Stephen, I think you should answer this because of the relationship you have with the Taiwan Education Bureau.
For real, we have nothing to do with China at all. I being an educator in the public school system in the United States, and nothing to do with China at all. And also, I'm from Taiwan, and then we know how important the democracy is. So I've been a product of the public school in the United States. So for real, nothing to do with China. I don't know what, that false accusation could come from. So it just sounds baseless.
Well, thank you, sir. So I'm, again, just for a purpose, trying to get rid of and eliminate and address all of these issues and concerns about your school that is out there by the Chinese Asian community. When I really have limited contact in my 25 years being here, and I now get inundated with literally about a dozen emails to my personal email account, which I have no idea how they got that. It's very interesting, the dialogue I'm having with these individuals and the things that they're saying. For instance, again, they were concerned that you were a deliberate purposely connected with the Chinese Communist Party and that you're going to be promoting communist ideas. And now that I know about the Taiwanese, I mean, that's a very different story than what's being told in these emails here.
I will just add, sadly, some make no distinction between mainland China and Taiwan and do not understand their vastly different governance systems. That's unfortunate, but believe me, Taiwan are advocates for democracy completely.
Right, and also I'm looking at the email here. They're concerned that you may hire teachers, instructors from China only. Is that a goal or a plan of your charter school?
No, our intent is to hire
I'm
credentialed teachers here in California who are U.S. citizens. Some may have originated from either mainland China or Taiwan, but they'll be U.S. citizens.
Okay, so again, I'm just being
Yeah, that's
a
okay to
messenger
hear
here.
these rumors is what I would put them in the category of, but let's dispel them publicly.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay. So that
May I
eliminates.
just add, one of the main purposes of our school is to have our children become independent thinkers, and we emphasize reason. We want the students to be able to look at information and discern. The teachers that we have are from multiple areas, Taiwan backgrounds, China backgrounds, American backgrounds. We're not looking for any one, we're looking for competency.
Good, so I dispelled a lot of rumors and myths, and hopefully the Asian community will be harmonized and not angry and upset and pointing fingers at one another.
That's incumbent upon us to tell our story and to have Stephen through video tell that often and repetitively so that people can share with their friends. So we take that to heart.
Very good, very good. And Janelle, if you can get up to the dais or to the podium here, I have a couple questions about process. During the time that the district was before the Irvine Unified, was there an equivalent time that was given for your public comments and presentation?
At the district board decision meeting, that's what you're asking about?
Correct.
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember it being wildly off base. There may have been some discrepancy. I think in this first year, I do want to be generous. In this first year, we're all learning what equivalent time and procedures looks like. So I don't know, if I started a clock on both sides, if they were exactly the same, but I don't remember it being wildly off base.
Okay, so you felt you were being fairly treated by Irvine?
I think that's fair to say. I'm hoping Michael will nod in agreement or disagreement.
Okay.
Well, Stephen and I attended and we were given no time to respond as required by law.
Oh, during the meeting? Okay. I guess I was not aware of that.
Okay. The other question is, who actually created and submitted the original denial for the Irvine Unified Board? Was that the staff at Irvine?
If that's a question to us, I believe it was written by their counsel,
By their counsel?
by their legal counsel. That's my recollection.
Okay, and in your years of practice in doing this, is that a usual practice?
It's almost never on like legal letterhead. Even if a lawyer writes it, it gets put onto district county letterhead. So no, I would say that was not a common practice.
Okay. And Terry, if you can come up and maybe ask a couple questions regarding that process, because this is a learning event for everybody here. So you don't get too many charter schools that.
Correct. That's one of the reasons.
Why did you go through a law
firm? Well, just to make sure that we did it correctly, actually, and to share the process, much like we would with anything else. Attorneys help us to make sure there's education code and there's things that we need to make sure that we go through. But we had a multidisciplinary, multi-departmental process where everyone looked at the different questions that were asked. They read the charter. They ask questions, and then that's how we framed the process. It was done as a team effort, just because we like you said, we didn't have a lot of experience with charters, so we certainly wanted to make sure we did it correctly.
So even though it came back on your legal counsel's letterhead, it was a input by the staff?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it wasn't just
Oh, no.
lawyers?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay, so it was based upon the expertise
Of course,
the staff.
and flipping it around, I don't think, as we know, running a school, running the highest quality educational environment we can envision, which is our goal, an attorney wouldn't be able to decipher whether or not something was adequately described instructionally, or interventions and tiers and all those different things that are required to adequately do the due diligence necessary.
And on the issue of providing adequate equivalent time,
Yeah,
what's your understanding?
I was surprised. I'm surprised by that. I don't. We always invite people into the room, into the conversation. I'd have to have other staff members to ask if something went wrong. I don't know about that part. I don't remember that either. I remember each time we've gone through this process, we've had Dr. Scott or others come up, and the boards ask them questions directly. We certainly have it taped so we could review the tape. I'm quite certain the last event we were asking questions that were concerns of the board as they read the report from staff, and then tried to follow up and decipher if there was an answer that wasn't readily accessible in the charter petition itself.
And how do you look at your future relationship with this charter, should it be passed by this board?
Yeah, I mean, so even going to the South Coast Chinese Cultural Center and the Irvine Chinese School, I think, you know, as I shared, whether it was a year ago or when I was last here, we celebrate diversity. We initiated a partnership with them in order to address a need in the community, certainly an interest in the community, which we always try to do, to adapt programs and invent and design programs aligned to the interests of our community. You know, they'll be. We have other private schools in Irvine, and certainly some folks will probably still continue to do what they've done as far as taking those classes at Irvine School. And if others are interested in this, certainly that's, you know, that's their choice. I think that's what this is about.
One of the outcomes that I hope that we can gain from this time together is that we're not dividing you and this charter petition, that we want you to work together with the facilities. As you know, a year ago, I'm the one who made the recommendation not to approve.
I do remember that.
This charter petition,
Right.
because I didn't think it was quite ready. There was a lot of elements that were missing, and I was the one who generated that motion. And I think this time around, as you can agree, this is a different charter petition. This is a different organization with the leadership, the individuals that they brought in.
Much better experience.
From the legal perspective, with a law firm, with the support staff behind the scenes that we see here with Mr. Chung. This is a very different organization that, given the opportunity and being treated fairly by the district, I think this is going to be a real add on and a real winnable situation for the Irvine community and for Irvine school districts, for all the schools and all the people there. So anyway, I just end with that note in hoping that there is a unifying vision, that there's not a adverse relationship, or that there's no disparaging thoughts, that you work together, because I really think this is something that's going to help the kids in your district.
Yeah, I mean, we have, like I said, we have other educational institutions in Irvine that serve the needs and interests of certain families, and if this is one of them, then certainly accept them into that community.
And I did get quite a few of the same letters that Dr. Williams received, and I do think there's room for everybody. You know, I think that, you know, the community is quite diverse and people have different needs, whether it be Saturday or during the week or whatever it may be. So I really do think it's a growing community. As you say, you're building schools, and so I think it'll fill a nice need, and I do look forward to everyone working together.
Yeah. Thank you for being a gentleman, Mr. Walker. Okay. Okay, so I'm done with my questions. Any other questions? Becky, are you okay out there? Any other questions before we take a vote?
Just to clarify the site, are we still working on getting the site for the school?
The process for Prop 39 extends all the way into May. So yes, we're still in the process. We're on the timeline. But we are also, when passed, we will now work diligently to find other alternatives besides the 2 available sites that are not being utilized. We don't believe that can be used by the school through the Irvine Company and other organizations. Been a lot of changes in real estate in Irvine. We did find a great spot, but unfortunately, it was a half mile outside of the Irvine Unified School District. So we're going to be continuing to look, but we're excited. There's a lot of possibilities. We especially like the Westwood Training Center, which is basically an empty building that's used several times by the school by the district for some meetings, but is empty in its desks and organizations. I brought pictures of that last year.
Well, just to continue on a little bit with, I also got quite a few emails as well. But one of the things that I picked up from the petition was about your teacher hiring, and that was some of the concerns raised by some of the emails. And you had indicated on page 135 about your teacher hiring that you were going to be looking at the Cal State University's Mandarin credentialing program. Is that where you intend to recruit from?
Well, we have enough qualified teachers today, 9 Mandarin teachers, and that has not included any English teachers. So we qualify now. In the future, though, we do plan to work with these schools to begin student training process at our school with our Mandarin teachers as mentors. Stephen, do you have something to add?
Okay. Well, the other piece on the staffing is in your petition. You also talk about making every effort to recruit and hire teachers for the EL population. Where are you on that?
We have 2 extra teachers that are not assigned to a classroom, and that's one of those positions will be part of that responsibility.
And they're prepared and able to teach the EL population?
We haven't hired an EL teacher per se yet. We focused on being sure we had the Mandarin teaching covered for our needs.
Okay, so you have nine Mandarin speaking teachers who are meaningfully interested, and then you expect to have 14 total teachers the first year?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
We're already experienced Mandarin classroom teachers.
The 9 are experienced teachers?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Barring any further discussion, we'll go to roll call vote. Nina.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
No.
Vice President Berkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Enthusiastically, yes. Motion passes 4-1. Very good. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We are going to let the dogs of education loose.
Love it, love it. At this point, I'd like to have a little bit of feedback from the board. We have probably about 30 to 40 minutes left with the staff before we have, in addition to closed session, I would like us to be directed towards the remainder part of the meeting itself, to have information items and discussion, and then tag on the closed session at the end. That way the public can be here and they can observe rather than waiting closed session, coming back to do that. So do I have the consent from my board members? Very
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Okay. So let's start with the superintendent's report, and then we'll go on talking about, there's a whole lot of issues that the executive committee has brought up, and we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the Harbor North Learning Center, our board security, and then we have the issue of Rancho Sonata, which was a part of the recent fire, the bonfire. And then we're going to talk about the board website by Trustee Shaw. So, Dr. Maharis, you're up, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And every time we get to this point in the meeting, it seems like we're in rush mode. So I usually have at least 5 items to present and regulate it on the basis of the fatigue factor. And I know that there's been some discussion by the executive committee that we look at a model that might be able to change the time that we deliver the report. So let me just quickly make some comments. First of all, I know that you have heard the governor speak of the Safe Schools for All plan, which was remarks that he delivered in a press conference here about a week ago on the 28th, 30th actually to be exact. And this is a program where he has opted to take about $2 billion and reinvest this back into the K-12 system. And it is called the Safe Schools for All plan. That's what he has titled this. It actually would be an effort to get more students in classrooms so that they have more direct contact with their teachers and their peers. Their seat time will increase as opposed to doing online education. And he's offering up grants of $450 to $750 per pupil. So that would enrich the base revenue limit. And the $750, the reason that's a little more than the $450 is because that's targeted at the what we call unduplicated count of students, which deals with students who are either in foster care, they're homeless, or they're at the poverty level, or they're English learners. The problem with this is that he wants to launch it, this program, around the 1st of February, and already the top 10 largest school systems have objected to that because they just don't have the time to try to transition out of a position of using e-schooling as opposed to seat time. But the other issue that complexes this thing tremendously is that he has set a standard for the rate of infection with respect to the coronavirus. So if you have to have less than 28 cases per 100,000 residents to reopen in this manner, and right as I speak now, I don't believe any of our districts would qualify for this. Our rates of infection are much higher than that. We have 15 of our districts that are providing, a hybrid model. Some of them are doing a little more than that. And that's a great testament to the leadership of our districts because we have done everything that we can do to increase the time in the classroom, eyeball to eyeball instruction between the teacher and the student. And they've done just a tremendous job. But with that said, we've got 13 school districts who are doing 100% online. So that's a concern, obviously. So the reason I'm telling you about this is because this was something that was talked about out there in education circles as well as among school board members. And there's a whole lot more to discuss with this plan, but I just wanted to let you know in a summary fashion that the governor is trying to start schools up in this next semester, ramping up for the spring semester. And he has created this $2 billion of money to incentivize that. The other thing is I want to let you know that I serve on the Orange County Healthcare Agency Vaccination Task Force, and we are one of 9 centers that it was dubbed here in the state of California. And we have done, I think, a great job in terms of providing information on the vaccination. So as of December 31st, 2020, we had received about 70,000 doses of the vaccination. And we have recently received another 63,000. So we're at 133,000 doses right now. That's still a drop in the bucket in terms of what we need. And you probably have been following this. And of course, Dr. Williams is a physician. He knows it far better than I do. But in the summer, by the summer, it's anticipated that these vaccines will be available to the general public. Right now, there's a tiered process of who should be getting the vaccine first, and that was first started by the CDC, who recommended how the vaccine should be administered and to how do you prioritize it. And then it went from the CDC down to the California Department of Public Health, as well as our local healthcare agency. So teachers actually fall within the phase 1B, it's called, and that's where teachers are at. But the first category, the highest category, will go to medical personnel and first responders who are treating those who are infected with the COVID-19. So I want to give you a little update about that. And plus, we are producing curriculum, which, as you know, is part of the work that we do. That's our wheelhouse, to produce curriculum so we can use it for professional development, not only in the County of Orange, but also elsewhere. And we're trying to demystify the whole matter of a vaccine, to be vaccinated, because there's a hesitancy factor that when you roll out a new vaccine, you have to consider, who's going to be hesitant to take this, and what can we do to help people understand that this really is part of the answer to solving this complex problem. So we're trying to demystify things for young people, perhaps debunk some things that people may misunderstand with respect to the vaccine. Right now, the vaccine is, of course, targeted, as I mentioned to you, to the adult population and those people who severely need it. But eventually, you got to get down into the K-12 system, because if you're going to solve the problem on a long-term basis, you have to start with children. So we're trying to help that process, being fully respectful that there's a path you have to follow that engages parents. Okay, so that was one thing I wanted to share with you. The second thing, and then also just to let you know that here in Access, we are running a full in-seat program in our Access programs. So much commendation to the leadership of Access. Our teachers have been fantastic. They have worked with us every step of the way, and you see congestion across the state, perhaps across the country, with respect to the fear that many teachers have by being in the classroom and catching the virus in that manner. But our Access people have stepped up. That includes our special education students. And so we are coming off of the holiday break, but we're going to be back into full swing in terms of the education that we're providing. Lastly, I wanted to let you know that you probably saw this, that we've had some distinguished people. Kirk Anderson, who many of you know, been a longtime employee here in the Access program, and he started off in probation, and then he converted to being a teacher, and he has taught for the last several decades, actually. Just a stellar individual. So he, Becky Gomez, Laura Gomez, who's also a teacher in the Santa Ana Unified School District, and she was one of our Teachers of the Year, and then Dr. Pulver, the superintendent of Los Al, they were all named to the OC's most influential people. So I wanted to commend them for that. And Becky is on the screen up there. Good job, Becky. I think that's all I'm going to report on, Mr. President, members of the board, unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Very, very good, thank you. I appreciate the level of information on the safe schools. I was unaware of that, and I do think that that's going to be interesting how it works out, the details. I assume the details have not been worked out. It's only in concept?
Well, there is a plan, and I can make sure that the board gets a copy of what that plan looks like. It's all being driven by the Department of Public Health as opposed to the California Department of Education and the governor. The governor appoints everybody in the Department of Public Health, so it's coming out of that department. But I'll make sure that you get a plan regarding this. We did feature it in Newsroom, which is the place where we feature most of our stuff. I know you are aware of that. You frequent Newsroom, and it's where we post daily. It's refreshed probably a few times every day with new information.
Very good. Nina, do you have anything for?
Just a reminder that the next board meeting is Wednesday, February 3rd. Item submittal deadline is January 20th, so 2 weeks. And also a reminder that the office will be closed in observance of Martin Luther King Day on January 18th.
Very good. Can we do the Rancho Sonata
Yes,
issue?
we can.
As a background for the board, this goes back a couple decades. Maybe Nina and Renee, you can help fill the board in because it's been a long time. This was a piece of property out off the Santiago Oaks that was given to us by an anonymous source, and it was supposed to be for our outdoor programs. And it was held in, and help me out here, it was held by the Public Land Trust initially.
Yes.
And then it was given entitled to the board. Help me out if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Okay. So there's property out there. If you haven't seen it, now's not the time. It holds our Inside the Outdoor program, which is an absolutely incredible program that receives a lot of kids from all around Southern California. But unfortunately, in the bonfire, B-O-N-D, that occurred about 4 weeks ago, we lost our facilities. And so what I did, because it's only a mile from my home, I drive by there all the time. When there was access to that part, I drove on the property and looked at and surveyed the damage that was there. So I took some pictures and I made a little movie to kind of help bring the board into an understanding of what's out there and what does it look like. Because I think there's a good thing that we can work on from the superintendent and the board to rebuild this wonderful place that's out there. So these are buildings that were once there. I subsequently learned from Renee that these are all asbestos filled. Just one. So we have to take and that first, have to get rid of that, and Renee will probably get into that in details with us, but that's an environmental concern and a health hazard, obviously. So the other question that the executive committee had was, what do we have to rebuild this place? You know, what insurance did we have? What steps are we going to do? And so I thought this would be kind of something very interesting to talk about as a board and staff, so we can get this beautiful place out in the beautiful, the country that God made so beautiful, back up and running, so we get our programs out there.
I'd love to see some before pictures.
Well,
I know
and-
I have
yeah,
something
that would be cool. And I want to clear, is this the stuff from my report or is this Ken's?
This is not mine.
I was going to say, this is some of the stuff I had, because one of the things, if you can go back to the beginning, I wanted to show you subsequently to the issue.
I have.
Because you have a lot more. I only did a couple. But what I'm
He
sorry, what?
sent you his.
They have his.
Okay.
One of the things I wanted to show you is subsequent to the fire, we did have a mudslide.
Oh, really?
A pretty significant mudslide. And so I think in one of the pictures, that's what I was trying to, right there, stop. So you can see, Ken, probably where you saw there was a pond and kind of a walk area. The mud has now basically infiltrated most of that, which is going to make a cleanup even worse.
Worse.
So, and a time sensitivity to that. And so maybe if they can show yours, and then I can go into some of my details for you.
And while they're gearing up for that, if I could just set a preface that this is 100 acres in Silverado Canyon, for those of you who are not familiar. And the donation was provided as long as we offered environmental field study programs to K-12 students in this county. And so there were a lot of conversations and so forth, and the agreement is that we would also move our administrative inside the outdoors program to that facility so that they could administer the program and create opportunities for students to go and not have to go all the way to Big Bear, to the mountains and so forth, and see what the natural environment looked like. We had animals there as well so that you could see animals in wildlife. There were partnerships with Boeing and Disneyland and others throughout the years to help clear land. There is a foundation that works with our program and has provided fundraising and different things to help offset some of the costs and so forth associated. So I wanted to just provide some background before I hand off to Renee, who'll talk a little bit about the devastation that occurred. But I wanted the board, because most of you haven't been here long enough, that those environmental field study programs are available to our internal programs that we operate, as well as all of the school districts in the county. And they contract with us to take students on environmental field study opportunities to that property. And as you know, we offer environmental field study opportunities throughout the county, the Back Bay, Huntington Beach. There's a lot of the parks and so forth. But this property was designed to give them the real feel of nature and what it is like in a natural environment without man destroying and or reproducing something, so that kids that just otherwise would not have an opportunity or an understanding of what that looked like. And they learn about nature, not only the animals that live in those mountains, but also the plant life and how they grow and so forth. So it's been a great opportunity, and many of our districts, as well as our charter schools, have sent kids up there. Many of them responded as a result of the fire also. And as you all are aware, there's also the foundation has set up a GoFundMe to help as we move forward in discussions and with what we do with the property and so forth.
Can we cue up the video before we do it,
Yeah.
Renee? Because I have some really nice.
hang a GoPro on your head? Very good.
So the question is, yes, the property was insured. So that's the good news. They're part of our regular property and liability. But with that is going to come some interesting questions for us, because your insurance will normally rebuild exactly what you had. And the question will be, since that land was deeded to us, we utilized the buildings that we had there, and there was a caretaker on site also. That was part of that donation. And so some of the questions, I guess, that we'll be discussing down the road is, would we use it the same exact way? And if we don't, there may not be funds to pay for some of that. So I think that's some of that. The utilities were not really built to have a full operating school, obviously, which we didn't utilize it for that. And so it's on septic tanks there, and the utility poles, as you saw, were destroyed. And so the biggest hurdle we have to fix first is the debris. So they're saying it's hazardous debris besides the asbestos, that they don't want any of that debris to go into any neighbors' areas and stuff like that. So that's a health and safety hazard. And so that will be our first thing. The cost for that is going to be a little over $200,000. And so that's the first thing we have to do. And so because it is a health and safety hazard, we don't have to meet the Public Works bid requirements, which that's over $15,000. We have to do a public bid. And so that requires a lot of documentation. So this, we will do the cleanup. The insurance company has provided different companies. We have sought quotes from multiple companies. And so the first thing will be to clear the asbestos. So the one building you saw that had the fireplace, that was the administrative building. That was the old house that stood there. And so it had been refabbed into the admin. And so that's the one that has some asbestos in it. The caretaker's house was an old barn converted to a house, and that one is completely destroyed. There is one outbuilding that you see that looks like it's untouched. I just got word on that one that it stored equipment and some supplies for the program. Because of it was foamed, covered in foam and things like that, and the ash that got in there, is that it may be more expensive to haul the items out, because we'd have to have a special company who deals in that type of stuff. That may cost us more than just replacing the supplies. And so I think one of the saddest things for us is there was 3 trailers that were full of animals. And unfortunately, insurance doesn't cover the cost of replacing the animals. And so it covers the building.
What was it, our Falcon?
Yeah. I think the only thing that was saved was there was maybe a couple turtles and another type of lizard. And so we are working with some of our local veterinarians and things like that to see, because most of them were rescue animals. And so is there a way we can get those back? And so, but, I think one of the things that Dr. Maharsh had talked about is that the safest place for us to house the animals in a fire zone? Or could they be housed someplace else? So, I mean,
70 animals.
there are over 70 animals. And so that, because they've been evacuated constantly. I mean, this is an ongoing issue. And so I think those are some of the decisions as we can move forward, we're going to have to talk about. But that's what we know as of right now. We'd like to start the cleanup as soon as possible. The mudslide went right into the pond, and that was a contaminated area anyway. And so they want to try and divert that so it doesn't cause any damage to anybody else's property. So those are the main items to start with. They're saying the cost to rebuild right now is going to be close to $3 million.
And will our insurance cover that?
They will cover it, most of it, yes, if we build it the same way. I think that's the questions we're going to have to get into, is because since it is on septic, you'd have to replace all the septic tanks and the utilities, and would we want to do something different? And I think those are the conversations we'll have to have. But yes, they will cover the buildings and things like that, yes.
And there's nothing in the policy where sometimes there's a percentage to upgrade it when you lose it? Do we have that kind of?
Yeah, it will upgrade to any type of improved standards. So I think where we're going to struggle a little bit is what those things were built for were not what we're using it for. And if we want to try and conform, we obviously don't want to make it a school, because there's a whole different bunch of guidelines that go with that. So that's, I just think where we'll have to have a lot of conversation of what that looks like.
Well, it sounds like to hold the property, we have to have the similar use that we had before
Yes.
anyway, so that.
Right, but maybe we house the animals someplace else, not in the trailers there. I mean, those are the type of things I think that we can have discussions about. Because I will tell you, that was an ongoing struggle for us. We had just refurbished those trailers to make sure they held the heat and air conditioning, because we've had the air conditioning go out, which damaged some animals. And so it's always a constant struggle for us out there. And so those are just the type of questions I think that we will be discussing as we move forward. Did I cover most of that?
I think you did, yeah. I think part of what the vision was that this would be something that, because this was near and dear, when I hear the falcon was killed by the fire, that kills me. That animal was just so beautiful. I think this is like a community thing. I mean, this was a huge deal way back a couple decades ago when we got this. Yeah. And I mean, we all loved it, and we had. Remember all the inside the outdoor animals that were brought into our meeting? Those were wonderful moments. So they bring in all these animals, and we get to see them, and all the kids are here. I would just hate to lose this. You know, that was a gem for Orange County.
And I think for everybody, and I will tell you, I mean, my staff that are here, they have spent many staff development days clearing weeds. They help build a lot of trellises, so it's very difficult for all of us. Mm-hmm. It's a very loved site. So I do believe we can. I just think there'll be some questions as we go along. Mm-hmm. It's not as easy as saying, we burnt this house and we're going to rebuild it just like this.
And obviously, we're not specialists in how to do this. And, you know, where do you go next to get the community involved? Where do you go next to get the expertise and the council to rebuild this? You know, those are all important things.
They do have a foundation that works with Inside the Outdoors, and so I think they've already set up a GoFundMe page, which is helping. Not only they want to help with rebuilding, but they've helped with the caretaker who lost her home, right?
Absolutely.
But I think there's a lot of community involvement, people who want to be involved too. So I do think it is a very important project, and it's very dear to all of our hearts. And so we can bring you more information as we learn it. Mm-hmm. I think our first step is to mitigate. We don't want to cause any future liability. So to mitigate those as quickly as we can, because it will be a public works bid, it will be, we'll have to go through that process. And so doing RFPs, all those different types of things.
Yeah, I'd love to hear other comments from my board members.
No, I would just love to be involved in the process, and maybe every month we could just get updated, and that way we'll just keep it on our agenda for the end of the meeting to just, know what the.
Maybe have a community task force, Dr. Harris, people who know what they're doing, are experts in this.
I agree, and we give good way to build goodwill in the community, and when I told the superintendents about this, there was a collective gasp that the ITO had burned to the ground. And you know, we had reptiles, we had all kinds of that. That was the first question I asked, what about the animals? Because I've seen them. It's such a beautiful location. And you're right, Dr. Williams, the falcon, we think we had an eagle and hawk. And can you imagine being trapped and them not knowing what to do as animals, and then to have them incinerated?
Where was the caretaker?
She barely got out. They evacuated her like minutes before.
They just went up and said, you need to leave now.
So they were calling, trying to get everything out, and it moved, as you know, Dr. Williams, it moved so quickly.
It did.
And they said it was the first time it ever went down the hill instead of up the hill or something like that. And so we're lucky that they were out, her and her husband and two daughters were able to make it out okay.
Wow, well, I'm thankful for that.
Wow.
Yes.
I would imagine that you're going to have a lot of environmental organizations and animal organizations who really want to be involved and know about this. This is something dearly beloved, I think, by the community.
I think the other thing is Dr. Maharsh had shared with me, because he has a lot of colleagues from Butte and Northern California, and what we're finding is that with the fires they had up there, they'll have some expertise for us also. Right. But the time to rebuild is taking much longer because of the infrastructure damage that they've had. And so I think they were sharing some of that with him also. And, you know, it will take quite a while to rebuild this, just to kind of get through that. So I think it's just, our first thing is just to make sure it's not a future liability. Right. We have locked the site, luckily. We also had a pool that was in there, so that was drained right away, so it couldn't float anything else. The pond will have to be, now it's full of mud, I'm not really sure what we do at that point. Dr. Maharis had also talked about, they want to clear some of the dead trees that are obviously burnt, but there is also some, probably consultants will need to use to see what could actually stay there that are native to that area and may regrow and those type of things. And so I think that's, like you're saying, that's stuff way outside my expertise level, that's for sure. And so bringing in people to help with that.
Did you say the policy, was the $3 million the policy limit, or that's the amount of damage that's been done?
That's what they're saying, that the quick estimate to rebuild.
Do we have,
Policy is going to cover to rebuild.
there's no limit to on the policy?
No, well, no, because it's under our overall policy.
Oh,
And so, which is $600 million. So
Oh.
it's obviously not going to be that because it's all our properties. And so, but so I can't just say they're going to rebuild exactly like, they'll rebuild it like it was. The question we will have to ask is that, would that be exactly what we would do today?
Great question.
Yep.
Lisa, do you have anything to add?
No, I'd just love to be involved in, any way that helps.
Yeah, I think you see a lot of affection for this project. And we have to trust the staff and Dr. Harris and all the experts that you guys use for guidance on this. But we totally support the staff and Dr. Harris rebuilding this. And it's going to be a 2 to 3 year task, I bet.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think some of our colleagues from Northern California have learned a lot more about how you rebuild some of that. And I guess, now you're hearing in some of those areas, some of just the underground piping is so damaged that has to all be replaced. So those infrastructures, the septic tank, I'm sure will have to be replaced, all those type of things. But I'm sure we'll learn and keep you updated as we go along. So the first thing we'll move forward with is the cleaning of the debris and stuff like that.
Yeah, one of the important things is that it really does enliven the science lessons when you can go out to the inside the outdoor program and have one of our natural scientists talk about what the animals do, the natural habitat, what's going on in the environment. People respect the county. They think this is all in Orange County. But what I really loved was that it meant a lot to the students who are in poverty situations who never get out. It just staggered me to know that here we are 19 miles Santa Ana, or less than that, 9 miles from the coast, and they'd never gone to the beach, many of the kids. And we had robust programs to teach them how to swim, because when they get to the beach, they're in trouble unless they know how to swim. So it's just amazing how we take things for granted, and then there's others who have never experienced it. And so becomes a real special thing. It is a jewel. Dr. Williams is right. It is something very special in this county.
And even with the devastation, we've also talked about the fact that it's a learning opportunity for our students, because to be able to see how the natural environment comes back from destruction and devastation and so forth. So we've also recognized that through this process, we also want to keep track of the things as they're occurring, so that we can maybe share that as curriculum with our students at some point in time. Because as you said, if this is going to be 2 to 3 years, that we also don't want to lose opportunities that we can still engage students in learning. And so, fires now have become, part of, what they see, but they also need to see how the environment can come back, and what we all do as a community to, create these opportunities for them to continue to be able to engage in something that is so unique.
I think the last time we had a fire, I want to say in 2010, we actually did fire ecology classes there to show. And I mean, I remember some of them teaching us about when you have a fire, it destroys plants that aren't indigenous to the area, and it actually helps clear out areas. And so they actually taught classes on that. And so I'm assuming they're going to be looking at things like that again, how to
All of the community college environmental study programs, UC Irvine,
Right.
they have an environmental program there, Fullerton, Long Beach.
Chapman.
Chapman, can't forget Chapman.
There's a lot of opportunities there, but I think as Renee said, the first thing we have to do is clean up and mitigate. And then I think we move into phasing in opportunities as, you know, we all collectively identify and so forth. But we'll certainly keep it on the agenda so that the board gets updates on a regular basis as we move forward.
I think also engaging students in that change, like you're kind of referring to, projects, you know, documenting this change, that then they could refer back to the videos and the
Right.
projects around that, you know, the evolving change through a crisis like this.
Yeah, it'd be a great story to watch
Yeah.
the process.
Yeah, it really would. So thank you so much, Renee, for that. I need to move along the meeting here, and we probably don't have, we'd probably be here another couple hours, but we want to shorten things up. So let me just get to the point that the executive committee would like to do, and we can talk with both of you later on as part of the goal. So what we wanted to do, and we did this in the past, where we upfront in the beginning of the meeting all of this informational ideas, news, the superintendent's report. You know, I'd like to know what Renee does, like what she just did here. What did she do this month? What did Nina do? What did Jeff Hittenberg do from his position as the chief academic officer? The superintendent's report today was very good about this money, this Safe Schools for All by the governor. So we were thinking, and we'd like to have the board give input. And rather than at the end of the meeting, like now, when everything runs late, we've been here for 4.5 hours, and we still have to do closed session, maybe put this at the beginning of the meeting, so we can have reports that are important up front, rather than putting it at the back end, because we're all ready to leave or go into closed session. Because I think the staff communication with the board is so important. So that's one of the things that we're beginning the dialogue, and I'd love to have Tim and Lisa and Becky, if you can give your input, because we'll be working with the staff on this. So I look for my board members' input, and
I wouldn't mind
Consensus?
moving things around, but I would prefer, because our meetings go so long, I prefer to put some sort of time
constraint.
effort to that, just because, you know, we have so much business to attend to.
like today with charters.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's important. Tim?
I agree with you. I mean, there's some, this is, I kind of look forward to this part of the meeting. So I think it would be good to have it when we still have an audience and people fresh and ready to go. So I think I agree with you.
We're all tired and fatigued and taking off jackets and unloosening our ties as we get uncomfortable. Becky, your thoughts on that concept and idea?
I would rather have the reports up front rather than at the end, because I do think it's important, not only for us, but for the public, because the public has left us probably long ago. So the information, I think, is really what the public wants to hear, is more of the dialogue and what's going on at the department. So I would support that move.
Okay, very good, very good. The other item that was important to us was the issue of the variances. You know, last meeting, we get this interim report and we have all these variances, and I had to go back to the code to look at it. We have timed drop dead certain dates that we have to approve these things. So we got the interim report the first week in December, and it was due like the 15th of December, something like that. And of course, we didn't get a chance to know what are all these variances, what are we approving, and you know, we want to be responsible about it. So kind of the idea and concept we Mary and I talked about, and we went over this very quickly with the staff in our EC meeting, was to have these variances presented more frequently, maybe as a consent calendar. So we know all these things in advance. So when we get the interim report, we're not
spending hours asking all these questions about what is this variance, what is this grant, what does it do? So we have all this done before the interim report. So that was one of the thoughts, and we're still working it out with the staff here, but I wanted to get the boards, because Mary knows about this, so I'd like to get Becky, Tim's, and Lisa, your thoughts on that concept too.
I think to the extent that's possible from the staff's perspective, that would be better for us as board members, that it's not just, fed to us all at once. If we could stay up on it, I think that would be a preferred situation as a board member. I don't know the logistics of the staff, but I agree with you on that one, Ken, that it would be better to just kind of be informed on that as we go through the year, I would think.
And we're still working this out, but I think we all felt it, that we have all these variances, we know what we're approving, and that's not being very responsible. I mean, we should know what we're approving. So the idea and concept, and we're still working with Renee and Ryan about this, and the superintendent, is getting this information more frequently rather than once or twice or 2 times a year, because we have 2 interim reports.
Yeah, and I think that's a very typical model, to get a monthly budget report, that's more detailed, and I'm always in favor of more information, more frequently, so I concur.
I feel like it would be less overwhelming, and I think we would be more familiar with it. I think when months go by in between the reports, we have to rethink, okay, what are we looking for, what is it? So I do feel, I don't know if monthly or every other month, but I feel like it would be easier for us and maybe for you as well, because we'll get less questions from
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd like to be able to spend some time with you guys talking about the budget process and how we do it, because it would completely change our process, which I'm not sure how that works. But I think there's other ways that we could give information that would be helpful to you, so you would know it's coming instead of here's these variances. I also think that this last budget was a little bit different, because you go from a budget July until, it was a longer time span, and we had such a change from when you adopted the July budget, from the governor's budget to the interim, and so it was a lot more changes than we normally would see. The next one, you're not going to see as many changes, and so I think we're starting to look at ways that we could do that, but it's hard to say to do it on a monthly basis, because that's very different than how our budgeting system may work. Because some things I may be getting expenses for that you've already approved the budget for that. It's just I'm seeing the expense piece of it now, and so I think we can look at that. One of the things I wanted to add to what Dr. Mahara said is, in addition to those funds that he talked about, I'm sure you've heard of the stimulus package, and we are hearing that we will receive significant funds for that this year also. The question we're still trying to figure out is they're changing the formula, because this last stimulus was 4 different buckets of money, all from different funding models, different ways of how they allocated it. This next one will come out with one funding model, but it's based on Title I schools, and we do receive Title I money, and so I do believe we will receive some. Not exactly sure. And I will tell you, the comment I heard from the webinar I was on yesterday was there's 100 schools in California that'll get 0. And so I think that's obviously going to create some issues. And so I think if some of these bigger items are coming up, we should be giving you that information so you have an idea of kind of what's coming, if that makes sense. But we can dialogue more about it.
Okay. Very good. Also, one more thing. If you can, Renee, I'd like to see, and this is for the purpose of transparency, all of the legal details, how much we've spent, if we can have some sort of document for the OSERS, for the GC litigation, and for the budget litigation. I'd like to see all those numbers for everybody, for the superintendent and our bills.
So the 2 litigations?
Well, the 3, the OSERS, the GC, and the budget. So I'd like to have that, so that becomes public knowledge and that's transparent. So everybody knows where we're at with these funds that are being spent.
So they were in the interim, but that was showing budget. So you want to show like actual expenditures to whatever date, okay?
Right.
Okay. I will only have expenditures that I've paid.
Sure.
So.
That's fine. Okay, so that was it as far as that part of the meeting. I know we didn't get to the harbor
I had pictures for you.
Oh, you
Want to
do?
see them really quick? Maybe they can
Oh,
do it?
sure, yeah,
Great.
okay. Okay, so this is the Harbor Learning Center. I wasn't able to attend it, but I asked Renee to.
This is as of
give us some
12/31. So this is, if you remember, some of you may remember the site plan we showed you. So this is what the site will look like if you go to the next one. There you go. So this is what it looks like as of 12/23. So they have in the footings, I think the next one shows a little bit more detail. And so the media staff is going out basically every couple weeks and shooting footage that we can share with you to see where we're at on this. But it looks like it's moving along nicely. We've
Where
only
is it?
had-
What are the cross streets again?
It is the 91 freeway. See where the
Oh, yeah.
Karcher sign is right there? That's the on-ramp to the 91 freeway.
Okay.
And then Harbor.
The old Carl Karcher building.
Yes, that's what it was, yes.
Yeah.
If you go to the next one, you might be able to see the In-N-Out. Oh, no, I took that one out of the picture. So there's an In-N-Out, not In-N-Out, I'm sorry, Starbucks.
Starbucks.
See, right next here, so we're kind of right in that property. Oh, there it is. You can see that building there on the left.
Are we gonna leave that Carl's Jr. signage up there?
Uh,
That's very historic.
Believe it or not, that is not our property.
Oh,
You
really?
see a little tiny easement carved out? Yeah, they actually
And they're keeping it.
negotiated to keep that in.
Oh, interesting. All
Yes.
That's very nostalgic.
Yeah.
Yes. Originally, our design did have a big star pattern in the concrete. I'm not sure we'll keep that in because they were going to donate some money to us to do that, and they're no longer doing that. So, but we will bring you updates to that. But it looks like it's moving on schedule, and we've only had one complaint so far from our neighbors.
What did they complain?
They were saying that the trucks were parked, that the vehicles were being parked on their property, they weren't, and that we had used their property, and none of that was true. As you're aware, I'm not sure if you're aware, so our insurance company that we use, which is a cooperative school insurance of schools pulled together for pooled insurance, we've insured this project with an OSEP, which is called an owner's thing, and so they are doing monthly safety studies at this site every single month to make sure they're adhering to all the safety standards. And also, if we have a claim, they handle that claim for us instead of trying to go through all the contractors.
Nice.
So,
Good job.
Thank you. That's a fun update. That'll be fun to watch as well.
so like every 2 or 3 weeks, I think, with updates.
Ken, you had staff security at the board meetings. Do you want to hold that over to the next?
Can we do it to the next one? Because I wanted to
I just
talk
wanna make sure.
a
We'll
little
carry
bit
it
more
over.
in dialogue with you all about that.
And
DC.
maybe I can send out something to each board member to get some input on that, because question of whether or not, you need security at the same capacity we had when we had larger meetings and so forth. So, and then we'll just put it on the agenda for
Sure,
February.
that'd be great if we all had some information ahead of time. Yeah, absolutely. Can I just do my little report out? Should I do
Yeah,
the
go
charter
ahead.
visit?
Yeah.
So even though we're in COVID, I'm trying to keep in touch with our charters. I actually did a site visit to Isaac's new location in Costa Mesa. They're at the Boys and Girls Club. It's a wonderful partnership. It's an amazing location. I wish my school looked like that when I went to school. They don't have many kids on campus right now. They have a few that need to be, and they have some aides there. But it's just a beautiful campus, outdoor basketball court. I mean, it's just a dream. So hopefully that partnership will continue. And they're in the black. They're up to, I believe, and I left my notes at home. I think they're up to 120 kids. So things are looking well, much better this year than last year as far as enrollment and everything going on. So that was a good visit. And then I had a virtual visit with Sycamore. They're also at their target. They're at 120 kids. Their target's 125. They are on campus, so that's super exciting, very challenging, but they're very resilient there. And so that was also just a great virtual visit with Sarah Bach. So.
And I assume because children don't get COVID to the extent they're adults, they don't have a COVID problem.
No, they have not had a COVID problem.
Are they masking or distancing?
Well, certainly the adults are, because even on our virtual, because Sarah has other people in her office, she was masked and dressed warm. I think her office is very cold, but I didn't ask the extent of that. Just that kids are on campus, and so it's it's a wonderful thing.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so the board will be in closed session. Thank you very much, staff. And we'll use this room right next door to us here. back in session out of the closed session number 1 and number 2. And we will have a report out by Mr. Jonathan Brenner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, members of the board. The board conducted 2 closed sessions, and this is the report out for those. The board received an update and had a discussion with council regarding closed item sessions 1 and 2. The board took one action in each of those closed sessions. The first was to approve Epstein, Becker, and Green's invoice dated December 31, 2020 in the general counsel litigation. And the vote there was 4-0 with 1 abstention. Trustees Shaw, Barkey, Sparks, and Williams voting in favor. Trustee Gomez abstaining. Second action was to approve Epstein, Becker, and Green's invoice in the budget litigation dated December 31, 2020. And the vote was the same, 4-0 with 1 abstention. Trustees Shaw, Barkey, Sparks, and Williams voting in favor. Trustee Gomez abstaining. And that is the report out for the closed sessions. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any other information before we gavel? Motion to go home? Everyone agree?
Yes.
Agreed.
Yes. All right, guys.
Have a wonderful trip, Lisa.